Good morning. It's not your weekend. Maybe it's not your weekend, but it is my weekend. I hope you had a wonderful, beautiful, happy week. Lots of good stuff. Progress was made. We made a ton of progress. We're working on adventure quests here. I've stalled a little bit on the project write-up. Project write-up. Let me get that open real quick. So the project write-up, adventure quests, that captaincode.org. I've stalled a little bit on writing this a little bit. I've actually cloned it a little bit on a separate site, and I didn't figure out how to keep them sort of synced together. But if anyone's been following this, I've had a couple people message me because the goal was to get this set up for my students to be able to use, and they're essentially on this first part creating a die roller. So I have, it's given me some bonus time to fill out the rest of this. Well, I'm much further along in my actual project code than I am in the actual project write-up, but we've made some awesome progress. I don't know how much of this project I'm going to translate into a project write-up this term. I'd love to do more, but I'm thinking once we get this dice notation tool done and then the little bit of ability score stuff, the character creator, I think that my students, we're going to move on to the 2D space shooter I did a little bit ago. I got to build a site for that. Not necessarily a site, but write up a project write-up for that. But yeah, we're stalled a little bit on the write-up, but the project itself is cruising along. We've got, I feel this is maybe the biggest, so it's not a big project, but we can equip stuff, we can unequip stuff, we can go to town, go to the shop, buy things. We've learned how to sort of serialize our characters so we can see it in the Unity inspector. I've learned so much on this project over this is day 13, so the last 12 days, essentially 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks. I feel like I've more than doubled my knowledge of things in Unity. And so that's just the power of trying to build something, trying to learn to code something. So this has been super fun to do. But what are we going to do today? I think we're just about ready. We're working on our transition manager. And I think to better understand what we need to be able to do the transition manager, like, I don't want to over-engineer it. I think it makes sense to add more locations, places we can transition to before we do that. Also be nice to maybe make some of these buttons a little less horrific. they look pretty terrible. It might be complain about that a little bit. Complain is a strong word. Critique. People have critiqued the Unity blue that I have. But I am really quite satisfied with how this has come together. Really feeling good about it. That said, I think it's time to add in a combat scene. And that's going to inform us on, okay, well, we need different... Right now my character doesn't have hit points or defense or any sort of combat statistics associated with them. They have a weapon. Weapon has like a die roll associated with it. But that's it. So I think it's time. I think what we're going to do is start thinking about a combat system. And so we're going to go and do our sign on. And if we look here, my primary goal is implement scene transition manager to better manage scene transitions. And we kind of did that. Last time. Yeah, so essentially I came up with this idea of a location. Oh, that's right. Last time I was trying to get the Unity editor to fail fast. On this load. I do have this better assertion here. Let's toy around with that for, we're gonna limit the amount of time we spend on that though, but we're gonna toy around with, can I get this location to happen? Is there some kind of attribute I can attach to a class or properties that tell it to ensure that it's loaded when the project runs? So I'm curious what we can do there. And then we're going to explore creating a combat scene. So we're going to add that in here to our sign-on. Going to sign on. For those of you who are new, if you haven't seen this before, my sign-on helps keep me on. Good morning, Mike Collard over. You always supporting me in my endeavors, so I appreciate it. Says, good morning, Captain. Have a great Saturday coding session. I will try. I'll do my best. Yesterday, we forgot to sign on before we started coding, so we're going to sign on today. And so our primary goal, all right, our primary goal isn't implement a scene transition manner. It's more than anything, our primary goal is to add more locations. And in this case, it's hard to do this scene transition manager better without knowing sort of the different places we can go. We have a couple places, but what I want to do is, I think, to better understand what we need, I'm going to implement a combat system. Implement a combat system. All right, so this is going to take several days to do. So we're going to implement a combat system. So we're sort of going to think about that. We got attacks. We got, it'll start out simple, but we want to add some more things. So a combat system, but you have things like you can attack specific targets. So you have like the enemy on the screen, and you could select where you want to attack. So you can like see the portrait of the whatever you're fighting. You can sort of see the equipment. You might not know what the exact equipment is, but you can say, well, I'm going to attack, that equipment slot. I'm going to attack the head. I'm going to attack the stomach. I'm going to attack these things. And so there might be different targets within a single enemy. Or maybe you're fighting a group of enemies and there's like different targets among the group of enemies. I think that might be really, really interesting, but complex. All right, so it might be interesting but complex. Start with something simple where we just have basic attacks. And then we might think about, okay, well, what could make a more interesting combat system that's turn-based combat system, where you sort of have to learn, okay, some enemies have different types of weaknesses. Where should I attack them first? Once I've hit that weakness, do I attack them? So maybe you hit the leg, that reduces their speed, so then you can get some attacks in somewhere else. I think that might be interesting. But we're going to implement a basic system first. This is just me airing ideas. So primary goal, implement a combat system. Not sure what that means. First, mini goal for location/scenes working when scene starts, or maybe after compiling in editor mode. So it'd be sort of like I do something and then in my code, and it will automatically, anytime we get the compilation happening. So anytime you make an edit to your code, you need to sort of like rebuild it. So maybe we can get it to give us a warning here, like right after it reloads the assembly. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can hook in that says after assemblies or during assemblies, check this information. I don't know. That'd be really cool to have. All right, so my mini goal and reward, 1 hour max. I'm gonna spend not more than 1 hour on that. All right, 2. Maybe I'll have a little timer going to keep me honest on that. Yeah, I do have this little really simple timer program. It's outdated, but maybe we'll use this a little bit. This timer program, I can set it like 60 minutes. Click start. I can also specify a time that I want it to go off. So maybe we'll do that. And then it has like this schedule down here. This was my school schedule a couple years ago. And it was just like nice to be like, okay, and at the end of C period, go off. At the end of F period, go off. So it made it really, really easy in my classes, and had sort of like this audit for us, I think. Keep us a little more honest. So this is massive. I might have to figure out how to get this to be a little bit smaller on the screen. I might add a little OBS. Oof. Ugh. Ah. Let me grumble some more. All right, we can make it smaller. We have the technology. I can zoom out on it. All right, zoom out. There we go. Ugh. Hear me making noises. Hang on. I'm gonna add it as an OBS thing here. Hang tight, people. Sorry. And there's an OBS thing here so that I can see it. Can I add? Let's add in a browser timer. I should probably do this off stream. Let's find out though. Let's keep going. Let's live life dangerously. I like to live life on the edge here. Window capture, that's what I want. God, window capture is scary too. Timer. Okay. And we're gonna tell it to capture this one. Oh, hang on. Doesn't like that. I gotta set it. I promise we're gonna code something today. I promise. Promise we'll code something. Great. Great. Where did the timer go? There it is. All right. Timer. And where's the one that says time's up? There it is. And click OK. And then we are gonna apply. See, I should just do this off. Should have done this off camera. No, you get to see the magic of OBS. Let's add in a crop. And crop the top 150 pixels. That was pretty good. Crop the right 25 pixels. Okay. Okay. And can I add in like a chroma key? Let's set it to white. Let's see, does white work? That does not work. I did change the background color on it. All right, no chroma. No chroma key. We'll just have some. Maybe I don't want a timer on the screen. I'll have a timer for myself. Maybe we'll just keep this small down here. I don't know. We'll put it above my head. All right, we're gonna abandon this idea. I have a timer going. We're just gonna. You'll know I have a timer going. We're gonna set a timer for myself here. Okay. All right, rambling done. Just trying to do something to help myself out, but all right. I'll just have it on the screen somewhere behind something. Make it play noise when we run out of time. Whew. Okay. Okay, so my mini goal, try to get my fail fast thing working. I didn't get that working at the end of last stream. Then I want to sort of start working on a combat system. So create combat scene. And I'm gonna need like an idea of an enemy monster type thing. Create, explore idea of a monster / enemy for combat, and then explore hit points / defense values for attacking / defending. Astronaut Atlas, what a wonderful name. The Astronaut Atlas is here. Hello, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Yeah, for a second there, it looked like I dropped about 1,000 frames, but it seems to have recovered. I'm not entirely sure what was going on. G, hello, good to see you, G. My internet is driving me nuts. So I got this new internet setup. All right, so my previous internet had a cap of like 1.2 terabytes of data transfer. And that apparently I hit that cap, and so I had to upgrade, which was fine. And they sent me some new equipment. The new equipment likes to run, it goes out, it stops working. So it's 5 a.m. here, and I get up at like 3 in the morning. It seems like it always is doing some kind of maintenance cycle or something at 3 a.m. when I wake up. I think I can catch it in the middle of some kind of maintenance cycle. So I think I keep disrupting that. It's usually seen. So anyway, my internet's always a little finicky right at first. I'm hoping it will resolve itself though. It looks like we dropped some frames, but it looks like we're back up. Astronaut Atlas, I am working on an RPG prototype. I'm doing my sign on right now. I'm trying to focus myself. So we are building the components of a turn-based, a non-real time. So this is not an action RPG. Not an action RPG. This is a traditional point and click text-based RPG so it's text-based RPG with some graphics overlaid on top. So we're exploring how to implement different components of an RPG that's in the style of implemented like shops. We have a town hub, we have a character creator, we have a status screen, we have equipment, so you can equip stuff in different slots, which is pretty cool. And so now I'm working on my goal. So last time I was trying to get this transition manager. So I'm a computer science teacher, so my goal is always how do we do things in a way, not always, but right now. So I'm prototyping because I want to be able to teach students how to do some of the stuff. I need to understand it better to be able to teach it. And so I'm trying to build a project. So I'm writing up a class project for this adventure quest over here. And this is going to have like challenges and teach you a little bit, but also ask you to implement stuff without giving you 100% of the solution, right? And so I'm exploring myself, like how to do it. Because I don't know. I've never implemented an RPG specifically in Unity, and nothing this complex. This is sort of like the most complex game, I would say, that I've made with Unity specifically. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to organize myself. I'm trying to organize myself and do what I'm calling a sign-on. So what are my goals for this stream? What are my goals for today? What am I trying to accomplish? My primary goal right now is to implement a combat system. All right, so I'm trying to implement a combat system. That's the next thing I want to finish. Before I do, and then so I'm doing my mini goals here. My mini goal is I'm going to attempt to get this fail fast thing working. So I was explaining like why you want your system to fail fast, so that you can find bugs quicker. The quicker you can find bugs, the more productive you can be. Okay. So we're going to attempt to get fail fast for locations working. And I want it to work essentially as soon as it knows, give me information as soon as I know whether or not a scene or location is not found. Then I'm going to move on. I'm going to spend at most an hour on this, because this could be something I could dig into for a very long time and not find a solution to. And that would make for a very, very boring stream. Not interesting. It's probably something I should do offline, figure out how to do it and then come back. But then we're gonna create a combat scene. I don't know how I'm gonna do combat yet. we're gonna explore a little bit in Dungeons and Dragons. And then we're gonna explore things like So right now there's no monster type in my game yet. There's no enemy type. Are they gonna follow the same rules as players? Are they gonna follow the same rules as other things? Are we gonna have hit points, defense? Is there gonna be mana? Is there gonna be magic spells? I don't know. I haven't thought this through yet. So that's the whole idea of a prototype, is figure out how we want to build the system first, then explore doing it, and then you sit in and you sort of massage it and refactor it into working. One of the ideas that I have is to make it more of a strategy combat system. So different enemies. So one of the things I was thinking about, and I think this might be really, really cool, but we're not gonna start with this. But one of the things that I would think would be really cool is you have your enemies on the screen, and they have sort of target points you can attack. All right. So if you're fighting another humanoid, these are the different areas you could attack them. You could attack their hands, you can attack their body, you can attack their legs, your head. So like, where are you gonna target? So that's exactly sort of thing. So I'm thinking we might implement more of a strategy type game where you have different targets you can attack. But anyway, that's sort of what we're doing. This is what my goal today is to try and get this editor mode thing working a little bit. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Then I'm going to start my combat scene. So combat scene, got to get my character into that combat scene, explore how I'm going to do enemies, hit points, defense values, that sort of stuff. And then my bonus goal, implement basic attack in combat. So round system. Absolutely, astronaut. That's what we're hearing. I love having suggestions. Send them along. I can't promise that I'll do it. I'll implement anything you suggest, but I promise I will at least think about it, consider it, and give you some kind of response. Over on YouTube, we got Nobody Odysseus. Odysseus. This is one of my students. I can't pronounce. I'm gonna have to ask them in person how they pronounce the second part of their name. But Nobody is their first name on YouTube username. It says most combat systems in JRPGs use state machines as far as I am aware. Final Fantasy series, Pokemon, and others transition from one player's turn to the next. Yeah, so the idea would be like you have a round system where you take turns. It goes back and forth. And then we say, for the enemies, you could create an asset menu item for an enemy that can be attached to an enemy controller. That would let you test different enemies by attaching and detaching elements to it. Yeah, so the idea is we'll have, my idea, like the Odyssey. Yeah, so I was trying to say Odyssey, but U-E-S on it. So it's Odysseus. Odysseus? Is that just how you spell Odysseus? And I'm just a dummy. Sometimes I feel like a dummy. Let's say you encounter a slime, it's new and you haven't seen it before, and you don't know where their vitals are. So you gotta say, yeah, that's like you don't know what's gonna work. So you might encounter a big ogre, and until you hit their weak spot and disable a part of them, all their other spots, they have like super big defense in those other locations. But that's, gonna be pretty challenging. All right, so over on Twitch, this is the name I'm trying to pronounce, and I'm bad at it. Odysseus is. Hang on, let's see what Google says. Yeah, is that really how you spell Odysseus? No, it says showing results for Odysseus instead Odysseus's. Pronounce. I'm gonna do a pronounce. See, even Google doesn't know how to pronounce it. I bet if I put this one in here, see, it knows how to pronounce this one. Odysseus. So I think what's throwing me off, Odysseus, is that it's spelled slightly wrong. Yeah, you have the letters flipped, so I wasn't sure if that you were doing that intentionally to pronounce it differently. All right, so here's my timer. We're gonna give myself 40 minutes. So I set this for an hour a moment ago. This is my timer. We're gonna turn on our sound effects too. We have a sound effect on here. Play sound. All right, so when we run out of sound, it should yell at us when the time's up. But we're gonna not spend more than that much time trying to get this fail fast, because this is sort of like a really nice thing. Just say Ryan. All right, Ryan. If you insist on using your real name online, if you insist on using your real name online, I'll use your real name online. I just want to but no one will know I'm talking about you. Okay, here we go. So what am I trying to do? We have this idea, so let's explain the problem one more time, just to refresh anyone who's new. Odysseus is the name of the game. The name of this game, I've been calling it Adventure Quest. As long as it's only the first name. Yeah, exactly. So we have implemented a very simple sort of transition. So we have this idea of locations in our game. So right now there's 4 different scenes. There's 4 different locations. There's a town, there's a shop, and in fact there's like a shop scene we can sort of specify as different places, but town, a shop, a character creator, and a status screen. These are the different scenes we can transition to. And when we transition, we save our character and then load that scene. All right, so we've sort of written this interface. This is called a essentially a singleton. It's like this static class to help us do these things. Each location is different, but the location class itself helps us. And then we have another class that's a static class, scenes, which just defines which Unity scene we're gonna load. Okay, so there's a little problem here of those scenes have to be part of the build. If they're not part of the build, so for example, let me turn off the town here. If you're not part of the town, the big baller, welcome aboard. Happy Saturday, my friend. Happy Saturday, my friend. So if that's not turned on and we try to go to town, it fails. It fails for me right there. And so what I want it to do is I want it to fail. I want it to get, so I can get that information when I transition to that scene, but I might not transition to that scene right away. So I would actually kind of like, for as soon as I hit play, I want this error to show up. So what I'm trying to do right now is explore, can I get this thing to fail faster? I know it seems weird. I know it seems weird to try and get things to fail, but if you can get things to fail as quickly as possible, you can find your bugs quicker. But yeah, Big Baller, we are working on an RPG. I'm working on an RPG. The transition's just nothing special, but I'll turn it back on here. So I have my system telling me when it fails, and I have this test that tell me if it fails. I want to do even better, and that's what I'm saying. I'm going to limit myself to another 45 minutes. If I can't find an easy solution, I'm not going to do it. But yeah, Big Baller, we are working on an RPG prototype. But yeah, that's the transition. If I just click through these, I can go to the town, I can go to the weapon shop, and then I can go to my status screen, and then I can sort of drag and drop my equipment. So we finished a drag and drop equipment system last time, which was really cool. Really cool. I'm really proud of this. Spent a couple days doing it. But yeah, that's what we're working on, Big Baller. I'm trying to figure out, I'm learning how to make an RPG. Big Baller, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, we're trying to teach it so we can teach. Like I said, I'm trying to build a project for my students to implement. And to do that, I need to understand how to implement it myself. But yeah, we're trying to fail fast because that's just a good, in general, software engineering, failing fast helps you debug quicker. But like I said, I'm setting myself a time limit because it's not really that important. It's just something that is bothering me. All right, so I want to see, really what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of research here so I want to do Unity attribute run on assembly build. Like, that's sort of what I want to have happen, is as soon as the assembly builds, I want to do this check, or during assembly build, I want to check it. Astronaut Atlas, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Fail fast, fail often, and then on project load before engine script. So I basically want to have this script in here that executes. Hi, we have some runtime. So I'm just going to I'm doing a little bit of research right now. We're doing research. Hi all, we have some runtime scripts which fail to compile unless build target equals Windows. Want to show a warning telling users to switch to the Windows store when Unity loads. The problem is Unity halts all scripts executing if it finds compilation errors. This is an old article. I probably shouldn't use this one. When was this posted? 2018. Let's see if we can find something newer. So I could add it directly to each scene, but you know, good programmers are lazy people. That would be me. And you want to, lazy people want less work. So we're gonna try and do less work. All right, that timer's getting blocked a little bit, right? Yeah. Unity run script before any scene. How to make a scene should run at scene start in Unity, run script before active scene. How can I set up a script to run as soon as any scene, run script after game start before scene load? Making some kind of dependency solving script to work. Welcome back, Astronaut Atlas. the script, it must be run before all other mono behavior scripts. I'm using dictionary. We don't have such a thing. Instead, to change script running prior, for example, you may have scripts that have awake methods. Just go to edit, project settings, then select the script execution order. You find your solver script. Yeah, I just don't think I can do what I want to do. I actually think I can, but I don't think there's sort of an easy way to do it. So it's boring to watch me do this. So I'm just gonna skip ahead. All right, so this is gonna be really, really boring to watch. So I'm revising my skipped. And we're gonna go straight to creating a combat scene. Start thinking about how we're gonna do combat. All right. So we're in Unity here. Go to our scenes. And we're gonna create a new scene. Combat. I think you should add a transition when you go to another screen. Absolutely, absolutely. I think, you know, it should have like some sort of like loading or something. I think that's a really, really important thing to do right now. It's pretty lame right now, right? There is no transition. Boop, loads. Oh, and in fact, it didn't fail fast enough. Let me turn that back on. Scenes. There we go. Combat. Let's save this. But I agree. We need to... It'd be nice to have it go faster. All right, so we're in our combat scene. As always, the first thing we want to do is we're going to add in our UI. We're going to create a canvas, put everything on, and we're going to set the scale to be the same across the board. So this one should have scale with width of screen, and we are doing 1920 by 1080 resolution there. Okay. And the combat, what do we need to do for combat? Let's get an enemy so that we can like think about what combat is gonna be like real quick. So let's go generate an enemy for us. Any suggestions for, we're gonna use Dolly to generate something. If you want to suggest some descriptors to put in here for the enemy portrait we're gonna generate, now is the time to do so before I finish logging in here. Yeah, Corpless, good question. My idea, it's gonna be round-based combat, so characters and enemies and stuff. My idea is that there will be a speed attribute, and so there will be sort of a priority queue. So anything in the scene, anything in combat, there will be an amount of time that you have to, that like there'll be a speed, and so turns, it'll go back and forth depending on the turn. Yeah, so I'm gonna start with a simple one at Astronaut Atlas. I'm gonna start with a simple one where it's just sort of attacking, but I would like to make, I think it would be really cool to make it sort of a strategy, more strategy based. And so if we go to our status screen, I think it would be really, really cool. Be really, really cool that you could attack different spots on an enemy. So depending on an enemy, they might have different spots you could attack. And so for now, everything's just have like one big spot called like body, right? So you're trying to attack the body. But we're gonna generate an enemy for us to attack first. So here's how the generation works. Astronaut Atlas. It's not just, you can't just say slime. All right, we gotta give it like a full description of slime. So if you got a nice full description for me, that's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna say, all right, slime. We need a little bit more description. So I'll give you an example. And a slime enemy in a role playing game that has eyes and a mouth and looks very aggressive. All right, then we're gonna say we want it to be digital art. Okay, so let's try that. So if you have a description you'd like me to pass in here, let me know. But we're gonna generate a couple different types of things. We're gonna pick one of these. Cool. I was just saying if you had a description. Ooh. I like this one. What do we think about these? There's some good slimes here. Some two good slimes. I like this one a lot, and I like this one a lot. Yeah. So let's try a dark knight enemy in a role-playing game that has heavy armor and a massive weapon. Digital art with a green screen back and with a transparent background. Let's see, can I do this? Yeah, the blue, these look great. I think I'm gonna go with this one here. And let's generate one more. Wow, some of those turned out pretty good. Pretty good here. And let's do one more. Let's see, you also said an ogre. All right, so never tried to do transparent background. That's pretty cool. I usually try and work the background out myself. And a surly ogre enemy in a role-playing game that is drooling and attempting to intimidate the player to be intimidating. Background. All right, a mannequin filled. Oh, I like this. A mannequin filled with hay that is stitched up and is a role-playing digital art with a transparent background. Let's try that. That ogre one didn't come out great. A mannequin filled with hay that is stitched up and is in a role-playing game. Let's give it a shot. The transparent background. Generate. All right, I really like this slime. I'm gonna go with this one. We're gonna have this be an enemy, and maybe we don't do the transparent backgrounds. It seems to. All right, so we have our AI art section. Create new folder, monsters. Slimy boy. BOI, slimy boy. All right, I also really liked. This one's pretty cool too. Slimy boy 2, and this one. This one I could actually edit out. This one shouldn't be that hard to edit out. Let's generate it a little bit over here. Try and get this little corner fixed. Generate. Dark Knight. It almost started doing a little bit of a drawing. I like this one. I wish the sword looked a little bit better on that one. Maybe we'll do this guy. Dark Knight didn't come out great. Let's try without digital art. Let's just do digital art without a transparent background and see what happens. Generate. Let's try without a transparent background. And what do we got here for our hay monster? Ooh. That one's lush. That mannequin's lush. I couldn't quite figure this one out, Astronaut. Thank you for the suggestion. This one is a little bit terrifying, though. Maybe this will be an enemy. The fourth night. Let's go back here. Oh yeah. This one does look good. Spooky. All right, we'll go with this guy. We'll edit a little bit. We'll see if we can get that weapon. I probably should have given it more directions with the weapon. Oh, I like this one and this one. Yeah. This one looks so cool. I really like this. We're gonna see if we can get it to generate the tip of that weapon a little bit better. But what we might do is we might just have enemies here for it. Ooh, I like the ogre. The mannequin, the mannequin. This one here. I like this. This will be your training dummy. I like it. Training mannequin. All right, we're gonna save that. I like it. Apparently the word surly is not what we want here. I do like this ogre here. This one's pretty cool. All right. Louie over on YouTube. Hello. Rocket League clips. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Did I download this slime? Let's download this slime. Slime. E-boy 3. And I like this one too. Dark Knight. See how my naming conventions are wholly inconsistent? We're gonna check that out. Except we'll save this. Yeah, so this is just prototyping stuff. Dark Knight 2. This is because I don't have a whole lot of artistic ability, so this is to allow us to quickly prototype something, get something in the game. Dark Knight 3. Ooh, I like this. This guy looks so cool. I like this one. And we'll save this as Dark Knight 4. There we go. Yeah, this AI assisted stuff is cool. And ugly, drooling ogre enemy in a role-playing game carrying a spiked club. Digital art. Let's try that. All right. I do want an ogre. Okay, but we're doing pretty good here. While that's generating, I'm gonna try and get this slime. Some of these look too nice. Let's try that. And is in a role-playing game digital art. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. While this is going on, I'm gonna get this started to open in GIMP. I'm gonna edit this one. I really like this one here. Ooh, these look great. Open with GIMP. I really like this one and this one. These two look great. We're gonna call them Hey Man. Hey Man. All right. I like this one too. Hey Man 2. Nice description, Atlas. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get some of the stuff. So this I really like, and what I usually do in GIMP is I just use my magic wand to get rid of that background, and there we go. We got ourselves a slimy boy. Slimy boy. Crop it out a little bit. Like that. Ryan on YouTube says, I'm just glad you didn't pick the thick K person. Let's go. We're gonna export this as slimy boy 3 transparent. We're gonna export that. Let's add this. We're gonna scale it down because it's giant right now. Scale image, go down to 512 maybe. All right, we're gonna add this one. Export as. We'll put this in our project here. So in our dice roller, our assets, sprites, create a folder called monsters. All right, we'll call this slime. Like that. Export. Let's get this one in here. Please. Hello. Oh, can I not do that? Wow, I thought I would be able to do that. Open. And we got Slime Boy. Okay, let's see if we can get some of this as well. Yeah, it's a little harder. Little harder with the background being that way, but we can do our best. Ooh, we gotta add a transparent background. New layer or add alpha channel. We can get close-ish on it. All right. try and clean out some of this. It might be a little bit hard. All right. There we go. That'll look okay. Does it look good enough? Pets would be really cool. Pets would be really cool. I don't know if we'll be working on the prototype long enough to get pets, but maybe this is gonna be Slime Boy. Let's crop it out a little bit here. Export as Slime Boy, transparent, scale it down. Export this. Image, scale image. Let's make it a little smaller. Oops, I didn't actually crop. There we go. Image, scale image, try by 12, scale, file, export as, add that into our assets, sprite, monsters, and this will be our slime 2. Export. Let's see if we can get our hay guy in there. I really like this one. Why can't I do this? I swear I used to be able to drag things in like that. That makes me sad. All right, let's get our Hayman 2. I like this. We're gonna call this training dummy. We gotta give Hayman a name like Bob. Oh, add a transparent, add alpha channel. Let's see if we can get that threshold to pick up a little bit more without going overboard. A little bit more. Can we do better? All right. Zoom in here. Take some of this out. Some of that out. Get it all. You don't have to get crazy because this is, you know, prototype, baby. But we can clean it up a little bit. All right, but this is gonna be our hay guy. Call this Bob. All right, you can pick on Bob a little bit. Let's crop it out like that. I don't know that this needs to come. If you look closely, it looks kind of curvy. Yeah, no, it's a little curvy. But that's just the hay. That's just the hay. It's not too thick. The other one was the thick one. Where was that one? Now this one is this one's a little curvy. Yeah, so crop that a little bit and then save as transparent. And then we're going to go ahead and add this into our enemy assets here. Nobody says the thick one can be a raid boss. It'll be a raid boss. It's a knight, because I really like this knight here. This one's not bad. This one might be easy to do, actually. Yeah, I'll go with this one. This guy. Open. Well, I forgot to scale this one down. Scale image. 512. Export Bob. All right. File. Open. Give me that Dark Knight. And we'll use the magic. Give me that magic. This one. Man. That one might be hard. Alright. Alright, we're not going to use that one. Open. As much as I want to use it. Try this guy. Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit easier to do. Let's add in an alpha channel. Boop, 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 boop. Lazy man graphics. 2C's, of course. Is there any other way to spell thick? Export as transparent. And then finally, we will scale it down a little bit. Scale image, 512, scale, and export as, let's move this into our enemy asset. Dark Knight. Okay, so we got a couple things to work with here to start building this out. All right, so in our combat scene, I kind of, so the question is like, how exactly are we gonna set this up? I'm thinking it's gonna be similar to in the classic games. If we look at Bard's Tale, images of the Bard's Tale. So in Bard's Tale, you go into combat. It's sort of like this. You have like a scene. Well, that was not. Okay. I just open image. There we go. So you still have a scene where you have like the monster portrait and you have some information going on here. I sort of want to do something similar to this. So I have like the monster sort of displayed on the left side, and then you'll have your character probably displayed on the right side. Part of me feels like it's a little bit like faster than light. Welcome to the Discord, astronaut. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad this is interesting to you. But yeah, feel free to join, follow along. Anyone else who's not in the Discord, feel free to do so. Anyone's welcome. Of course, you're under no obligation to join. But yeah, I sort of want an interface that looks similar to this. This is my initial idea. And then you have different, points that you can attack. So in this scene, we're gonna add in sort of like our enemy, and then player sort of thing going on there. Enemy. That's interesting. Yeah. So I think we sort of gonna need your character information. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, maybe a combat manager. So Ryan's asking combat manager that takes in a list of players and enemies. I think I want to keep it even simpler to start. Yeah, I want to keep it even simpler to start. We're going to do one enemy, one player for now. One player, one enemy. See if we can get that sort of working. Then we might consider building a more robust, complex system from there. Sprites. Monsters, Bob. So we're gonna be fighting Bob. Ooh, Bob's tiny. Add Bob to the canvas. All right, clearly that's not what I want. UI image. Gonna add an image here. Canvas image is gonna be Bob. Come on, baby. Why am I struggling? All right, search for Bob. I have too many things going on here. Add the sprite. Set to native. There we go. So this is our hair thing. Yeah, so exactly. So we sort of need like our statistics of what's going on here. And then I think what I want to do. Yeah. Bobby Wobby. Yeah, this is Bobby Wobby. So enemy portrait. Like that. And pro tip in Unity to help yourself, you can position your things on the screen. Bob will have a health bar. Yeah. So if you hold down, if you click this sort of sets where your anchors are. And I want Bob, my enemy's gonna be on the left side here. So I can actually click this. It sets the anchor point. If I click this, it says set it relative to this spot. If I hold down shift and click it, it sets the anchor. So now all of the positions are relative to this location. If I press alt, it actually moves it to that spot, and then I can adjust it from there. Okay. So what we can do is I'm gonna say, well, I want Bob to be, the portrait to be 50 pixels from the left. And I think negative 50 from the top. Oh, that's 50 from the top. Oh, it's attached to the left side there. So 0 Oh, this will center it right on that side. I think maybe that's okay. All right. Pro tip for programmer, for pro gamer, I think you might mean, Core. Was that a typo? But yeah, we're gonna add in, so we have our enemy portrait. I think I'm gonna put this inside of a parent here. And our parent's gonna actually be, oh, not what I wanted. Empty parent. Yeah, so the parent object is going to be, it's gonna be our enemy info. So our enemy info is gonna have a portrait in it. And then we're also gonna have to have, I want to put a status bar. So I actually want our enemy portrait. So this thing, all right, let's have this thing be relative to the side here and move it in. In fact, I think the enemy information, let's have it stretch to the top, not in the center, stretch on the left side there. Yeah, yeah. And we'll set its width here to 800. All right, and then the enemy portrait inside of it, this thing's gonna sort of have a flow. All right, so we're gonna add in that we want things to flow from top to bottom. So we're gonna add in a vertical layout group. And so in addition to the portrait, we're gonna have the enemy name. All right, so we're gonna add in a text element. So we have UI elements, text. It's gonna go above. This is gonna be our enemy name. We're gonna tell this thing that it can control width and height of things, but not force the width to expand. There we go. And won't expand the height either. So error message, that's funny. This is gonna be enemy name. And we're gonna have our enemy info, we're gonna have it be 50 pixels from that, and 50 pixels from the top, and 50 pixels from the bottom. Okay. Our enemy portrait might be a little too big. It's gonna be our enemy. So now I also want to have a health bar sort of at the bottom. So we're gonna create a component. Bob's the final boss. That's the thing. The whole time you thought Bob was your friend, just a training dummy. So you practice. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. You practice this whole thing. You practice every time you get new equipment, you can test it out on Bob. Every time you level up, you can test out your combat on Bob. But it turns out at the end of the game, Bob is fed up. He's tired of being beat up. Turns on you. Final boss. There's Bob. Bob's upset. You never thank Bob for the troubles that he's done for you. All the sacrifices that Bob has made for you. Big Baller. It's not playable online yet, but it's my whole goal here. The whole goal I have here is it should build for WebGL. So this whole project does build for WebGL. So you can actually find sort of like the character creation portion and the shop creation portion ish to make things run the web browser. You do have limitations if you're doing web browser stuff. So there's limits on what exactly you can do, but that's the plan. Smap, Bob learns all of your attacks. Yeah, the lore thickens. I'm not planning on doing multiplayer support. Good question, Big Baller. Not planning on having I'm not planning on implementing multiplayer support. That sounds like a lot of effort, and I'm not gonna do that this time around. All right, so we're gonna add in a new child, and this is gonna be called our health bar. Okay. The idea with the health bar is it's gonna have two components that sort of overlay on each other. Multiplayer is a must thing to do. So just so you know, this is a prototype. My whole goal here is to build a thing to be able to explain how to make it, the different components to make a game, not actually making a game though. All right, so let's add in I think I'm gonna have to wrap the enemy portrait here. Yeah. So enemy portrait. Let's create an empty parent. It's gonna be enemy portrait. Portrait. So big baller for this one. I'm not planning to make a multiplayer. I'm not planning on implementing multiplayer. But that's most, you know, a big part of that is because I'm not actually. This is a prototype. I'm trying to come up with a project and be able to teach people how to do this stuff. That said, I'm not completely against. I don't hate multiplayer or anything. I think multiplayer is a great idea. It's just that's a lot of effort. Maybe once I get all the other things working, I'm not quite sure how multiplayer would work in this style of game either. Who votes that Bob is the final boss? I love this idea. I'm voting for Bob being the final boss. Layout element. So you use layout elements. You can sort of specify. So for my enemy portrait, my idea here, my enemy portrait wants to fill up the container it's in. So it's preferred width. Oh, that's right. Flexible width, flexible height. So it's going to take up as much space as it can. And then our portrait inside. This is going to be interesting because it's like the native size here. That's swell. It's going to center itself in here, but I want it to scale preserve perspective. There we go. Preserve perspective. That's true. If I implemented multiplayer, it'd be how to learn it as well. There's like a whole bag of worms that comes with doing multiplayer stuff with networking, that sort of thing. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibilities. It's low. Let me say, Big Baller, it's low priority for me. It's low priority for me. We're gonna call this image. It's not the highest priority for me. And then we'll say that we have a horizontal layout group and middle center, control cells, width and height. There we go. There we go. Oh, the students should try and figure it out. Multiplayer is hard. That's really what it comes down to. Is doing network stuff is hard. It's like a whole class in and of its own. And so for what it's worth, the class I'm teaching is called Introduction to Unity, and it's really an object-oriented design class. And so maybe next term I'll teach a more advanced class on it as well. But the one I'm doing right now is like an introductory class. All right, so we're gonna add in a layout element here, and this one has a min height of 64. But it has a flexible width, so it's going to take up the whole space on the width. And it's going to have two UI elements that overlay each other. I've done so it follows. Yeah, so over on YouTube, Ryan says, Unity doesn't have very good tutorials for multiplayer out right now. The most current one I could find is Boss Monster, maybe something on YouTube, but nothing consistent. Unity is supposed to release something soon. I've played around with doing some multiplayer stuff in Unity, and there's different ways to approach it. So with a game like this, it would actually, since it's turn-based, would be much easier than say like a multiplayer first-person shooter, because in that you have to sort of keep things synced. And maybe Rave will show up today and talk to us about that. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have two images for my health bar. Astronaut Alice, yeah, I do want to implement classes. I do want to implement classes. Excellent question. I haven't gotten there yet, but I think that would be really cool to have a class system as well. And I don't think that's gonna be super difficult. I mean, there's a system there that'll be challenging, but so we're gonna call this max health. So this will be like underneath, and then we have current health. So our current health is going to be shown as a green bar. All right. And our max health is going to be shown as a red bar. And so these will both are going to take up the entire parent. All right. But as our max health depletes, all right. So as our max health depletes, and this will be actually aligned to the left. It needs to be stretched to the left. It needs to be aligned on the left side. Like that. Width, I want the width to be, hang on here. I want it to stretch top to bottom, be like this. Okay, yeah. So as this thing, good programmers are lazy, yeah. So as we lose health, I really want it to be based off this scale. Health bar. Interesting. W Rob, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard, my friend. As always, I do appreciate lurkers. You're welcome to lurk as long as you want, but do not hesitate to ask questions if you have any questions. Animations would be cool. If I was better at better at art, I might make some animations. Animations take me a really long time to do. That's basically what the challenge for me there is. Animations take me a really long time to do. I want this. Can I? So, but here's the idea: is as I lose hit points, as the player loses hit points, this bar goes up and down. All right, so as they lose hit points, this bar decreases. That's the idea, so we can sort of visualize. So I have this max health underneath that's red, and I have a current health above that's not red. Exactly, Smab. I don't think so. Animations would be part of like the renderer, and so my idea here is this is really a text-based RPG that happens to have an interface on top of it. But it wouldn't be too hard, I think, to add little animations that like wiggle things around in that regard. I don't think that would be crazy at all to do. But enemy portrait. Yeah, so now here we're going to add spacing. We're going to add 20 pixels of spacing. And we're going to add padding 20. You guys have noticed I like the number 20 for padding. When you defeat Bob, Bob flies away. But yeah, we could even add some stuff in here that sort of makes things like blow up, which would be really, really cool. I really want my current health to take up, except the full, all right. Takes up the full, but I need my pivot to be on the left. Okay, here I go. So what I can do is as my, so this, as my hit points go down, this becomes the percentage. So if I have 80% of my hit points, put a 0.8 here, put 0.76, that sort of thing. So I calculate the percentage I have of my max hit points versus my actual input hit points, and then set the current health based that way. All right. Zank, happy Friday. Oh, no, Saturday. Happy Saturday. Zank over on YouTube says, good work for you. Hello. Yeah, thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Astronaut Bobamus, Swabamus. Exactly. All right, so we got our health bar, got our enemy info, and this honestly feels like it could go both ways for the player and the character. I could do something similar to this for the player character. So this health bar feels like a prefab. All right. So I'm going to create a new folder here for stamina system. We got to do one thing at a time, astronaut. Yes, stamina system. Absolutely would be really, really cool. We got to do one. We're going to focus on one little thing at a time. Try not to get out of control. I do like the idea of a stamina system. Like I said, make it more of a strategy combat game. I think would be really, really cool. Let's see here. We have combat. So we're going to create combat. Yeah, keep them coming. I absolutely love I love it. Keep them coming. And if you'd like to, over on the Discord, so on my Discord channel, recommendations is a good place to put it, or even better, on the where'd it go? There's a course feedback adventure quest forum. Post it there too. Post it there because I will forget. But that's the best place to do it. So if you're not on the Discord, feel free to join the Discord. Oh, my time's up. I don't know. That's my timer to keep me honest. Got a little Darth Vader there. All right, so I have the enemy name. I think we're gonna make this stuff all centered like that. So we'll have the enemy name above it. Okay. This is looking reasonable, right? It's looking reasonable. I need some kind of information. So what I think I want is I want sort of like quick player information. Maybe some menu in the middle. I'm bad at design as well, but maybe some menu in the middle. But so player information, maybe the menu down here, but we're gonna want some player information here as well. So let's add in a new empty here. This is gonna call player. I'm gonna do player status. So our player status here needs to sort of have the information about our hit points. Maybe stamina. I like this idea of stamina. It seems like a good idea. I'm just not sure how to implement it. Implement it well. So player status. So again, let's make this pop. Let's be over on the right side. We'll set it over on the right side and have it stretch up like that. But we'll have it set 50. Oh, minus 50. 50, 50, and we'll make this 800 as well. What's the numbers about? Oh yeah, so this is gonna sort of be like our player status or player information. Maybe our height's not quite that big, and instead we're sort of based off the top corner here. Try 800. We want 800, I think. Maybe 600. I'm not sure. We'll try 800 for now. Put the height to 500. It's gonna be our player set. -50, -50. Oh, the numbers in district. Oh, those are the chapters. Those are associated with chapters. Good question. So those are the chapters in the book. So I'm asking for feedback. So that'd be like chapter 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So it's based on these chapters. So yeah, feel free to create a new post though with your suggestions. So your new post could be like combat system suggestions. All right, so in our player status, we're gonna have the player name there. Yeah, yours doesn't need to be chapter. Those are specific to like when I wanted feedback. So yours, I think, would just be sort of suggestions for such and such a thing. You know, combat system suggestions, monster suggestions, anything you want. Just give it a title. Zank says, I bought a study for Unity games and C# and now I understand a little more for this amazing dev area. Yeah, what book? Was it a book? Was it an online course? Zank, share it with us. Share us what you did. We're all here to learn and grow and discover new things. It's my whole purpose. It's why I'm here. It's gonna be character's name at the top here. So it's gonna be name. And again, we're gonna add in a layout thing here. And this is going to be character's name. Vertical layout group. We're gonna control our sites, but we're not gonna expand width or height. And we're gonna center in the top middle. All right, give ourselves some padding. Maybe I don't need padding on this either. I always put padding in there because I think I need it, but I don't think I really do. 20. Okay. And then I'm going to add another health bar in here as well. So it's going to be a health bar for the player. Online curse in my country language. Yeah, good book in C# in general. That's right, Ryan. My favorite learn C# book. So if you're trying to learn C#, I always recommend the C# Player's Guide. Fantastic book. But let's turn the dot count. C# Player's Guide. This one here, 5th edition's the latest edition. So good if you're trying to learn C#. Not necessarily game development, but this book is super fun, super good, and a great way to learn coding for beginners. Sweet. Thank you so much, Astronaut. I appreciate it. So we have our character's name, then we have a health bar, and then we sort of have, I guess, a menu of things to do. Yeah, so then we'll have an option to like open our inventory. Let's add another parent object here actually, because I want this to have a menu. Yeah, it's a great book. I really like it. Player info. So we got the player status at the top. All right, let's once again get this pivot here in the top right. And this one is going to stretch top to bottom, be that width. And then inside our player info, top 0, bottom 0. And in fact, this can be 50, 50, minus 50. And the player status thing inside, we will have this be top middle position. There we go. Put that in there. Player status. All right, so we got the player status. The reason I did this, so here's why I did this. I wanted to create this player info. And the image that I want to use, I've been using it for all of my stuff, but the idea is it's going to have a little dialogue on it. So let's come back here to my player info. Let's lock it so I can get this, but this will be my dialogue here. So we have this nice little overlay like that. So I have the character's name, and then we'll have health. Maybe I put the word health next to it. I'm not sure if I need the word health. I think there might be some numbers in here telling us like statistics on how much health we have. So for example, my health bar, I might also add in a, let's go to my health bar, prefab now. Let's edit the prefab. Let's create, oh, not an UI element. We're gonna add in our custom text UI. To that, it needs to be on the bottom. So these render top to bottom. And we will have it, unlock this. And this is gonna display the health. So it might say like 25 out of 25. So I think this might give us a little bit more information. Let's just change the font. If I did auto size, can I add in spacing? So yeah, so we would end up with the amount of health displayed there. And maybe there's an option to toggle that on and off, but it'll be nice to be able to see. I'm trying to decide whether or not text info. The best way to display it might be say health. Oops. Yeah. Health. Or HP. For hit points. Oh, I hate that. I hate that H. We'll go with health. There we go. Maybe that's annoying, but it's there. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna have a health. Player status has that in there. So I agree, HP is better. The one thing that I didn't like about it though was that look, it looks so weird with HP. The capital H on that font is terrible. Maybe I'll do a lowercase p. So like the H with the capital P looks funny. Maybe I'll go with the lowercase p, HP. That looks better. What do people think? Health. That's it all. We could also just leave it as 25. But that font is funny to me. I'll go with health for now. All right. Health. Health is cleaner. I agree. That's sort of how I was feeling about it. Just looks nicer. Okay. Our player status. Kind of want this thing to have. Let's add in a layout element and set the flexible width, flexible height. Can we make it so this has? This doesn't have anything in it yet. So we're gonna add in a horizontal layout group. And it will control the size, height, but not force expand. And did that adjust? Yeah, so it adjusted that to take up the space it needed. Okay. So now I'm thinking if I add in, so this is just sort of our status here, and we're gonna do all uppercase. Let's try it all uppercase, G. When you say all uppercase for health, let's try that. Let's see what that looks like. In our health bar prefab. Oh. No, it's that H. The capital H just looks terrible. I don't like the capital H there. It looks awful to me. So it's just a font issue, I suppose. Yeah, that font is the font's not bad. It's that the capital H font. A serial killer created this script. Yeah, the uppercase H is bad. Okay. No chests yet, but there will be loot. So I do plan on creating like loot tables. When you defeat an enemy, there's like a chance it can drop some loot. Maybe something we can do is make it where it can drop. What if yeah, it could drop. All right. So the idea is we have a player status, and we're gonna add some buttons now. All right. So we're gonna be create empty menu. I'm gonna call this menu. And the menu, we're gonna set this to be, we're gonna add some buttons to it. Why is the menu? I'm gonna have to tell it to have a preferred size. Oh, hang on real quick. Sorry, Boogie. Try now. Try now. Stream Elements is particularly strict on what in my like web development class last summer. We were doing development with Blazor. But yeah, the idea is we're gonna have sort of this turn-based combat thing where it sort of keeps looping. Nice. Yeah, you have a player, you have an enemy, you have hit. So and then those will be like combined inside of the living entity thing. And then you have a menu with some options and turn order, and then you sort of loop through and it sort of goes back and forth. Absolutely. That's exactly the type of thing I want to do. Looking good. Okay. What happened to my... Did I have a web browser on this side? Why did it want to open there? Alright. Let's nestle that in there. Excellent. So our buttons... I'm a little annoyed that this is a layout element. Do I have, is this? This should be a vertical layout group. There it is. Okay. So we have our player status up here, and then we have a menu underneath. And then the menu is going to have another vertical group for our buttons to lay out inside of. And the buttons here, the type of things I want to do is, so these are like the options that the player is going to have. So we'll have like an attack button. Attack. And let's get this sort of looking a little bit better here. In our menu, we're going to tell it to control a child's width and height, but not expand the heights like that. Tasty Graph, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. If you have, you're always welcome to lurk. You're always welcome to lurk. But if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Do not hesitate to ask. I'm always here to try and answer questions. But yeah, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We were going to, player info needs to have padding like this, and we'll put in some spacing there too. I'm going to make this upper center, and then if I've done that, this no longer needs padding. It sort of will be double padding. Same with this. I don't need the padding there. Okay. Now the question I really have for myself, is, do I want this to actually, there it is. All right, not a flexible height. I want my menu to sort of start showing up immediately underneath things. All right, so we have our menu there. If I turn off the flexible height, it says take up as much space as you need. I'm pretty sure if I were to add some more stuff in here, all right, if I add another health bar, yeah, it'll automatically do it. So I'm sort of learning how to do the canvas stuff here. I'm getting much, much better at it. If you go back, if you were to watch a couple episodes ago, a couple streams ago, not episodes, a couple streams ago, I really wasn't understanding how to do some of this layout stuff. So I'm building up this intuition on how it works. So now I have this menu, and this one, same thing. This one can have a flexible height, yeah. What do you think of the suggestions? I didn't take a look at it yet. Let's see what suggestion we have here. Thank you for posting your suggestions here. Let's take a look. Let's open this up. How do I get open in full view? All right, so Astronaut Atlas, we're building out a combat system. We're exploring a combat system. Astronaut Atlas says combat system suggestions and more. So if you're not on the Discord, feel free to join. This is where our discussions go. A stamina system. I do like this idea of stamina as like a resource, or like some kind of cooldown. So the more there's like this thing of like you could do a defense move where it like but you don't take extra damage if you run. Yeah, these are great. A giant that's made stone. Cool. Yeah. So your suggestion for stamina Atlas, I am almost certainly going to do something about stamina, because that's such a great suggestion, and sort of gives us like some really, so again, I want to do kind of some strategy stuff with it, but I definitely love the stamina suggestion. We're almost certainly going to do it. Exactly. So stamina is sort of, I think about combat in like real world. One of your goals is kind of to like wear down your opponent. If your stamina is high, you're able to dodge, you're able to block, you're able to do, defend better. If your stamina is low, you're tired, suddenly you're going to be vulnerable to like strong attacks. And so there's like this, it would be really cool to have a balance of like, how do I manage our stamina, our actions? So different actions would require different amounts of stamina. I love the stamina idea. I love it so much. So we're going to make a variant prefab, I believe. Is that how we do it? Prefab variant? Yeah. Prefab variant. And this one we're gonna call it stamina. Exactly, tasty graph. That's what we're exploring today. So if I go look at my sign on, we're sort of exploring a combat system today. I don't know exactly what we're doing. Um, yeah, so I think I'm going for a strategy. You know, so I want maybe something kind of interesting. I don't know exactly what I want, but so again, it could be, you know, if it's implemented well, which it won't be because we're building a prototype. But if it's implemented well, you might have sort of various strategies where it's like, oh, maybe I'm going for like a really nimble build, so I'm trying to create a character that's really nimble, or maybe I'm going for a character that's really powerful. So like I'm not too worried about having a lot of stamina. Instead, I'm gonna wear heavy armor, so when I get hit, I don't lose a lot of hit points. And then my goal is to just like brute force, smash. Different ideas there. Yeah. If you yeah, so we do have that suggestion box, but my goals here are you know we're trying to like explore this. But let's go up into this variant. The variant here. The only real variant that I'm going to have, let's set this width to 800. The variant here is that instead of max health, there's going to be max. It's going to be current. The text is going to say stamina. But yes, Tasty, thank you so much for pointing that out. You're exactly right. It's like I got to think about what am I doing here. More than anything, though, I don't want to lose sight of what my real goal is here. My real goal is to learn how to use Unity, and learn how to use Unity. All right, so I'm not necessarily focusing on game design in particular or game development. More than anything, I'm like, how would I go about designing a system? How would I go about design a class project or a project that someone could do on how to build out an RPG system? Exactly, Smab. Thank you. So I've gone I've gone overboard in a couple spots already, which I love. I love all this suggestion. But my goal, we gotta keep sight of the goal, is how you might approach doing a system, not exactly how to design a good game, but how you might go about designing a system that allows you to create a game. So I think I'm gonna have two stats. I'm gonna have hit points and stamina, because that makes it a little bit. So the idea, if I did one, it might encourage you to go straight into a Ash, don't want to. We'd love to have you there, but no pressure, no pressure. Yeah, so we're just essentially, though, I think it would make sense to have two stats. I think it makes sense to have two stats so that you design a system that can support additional stats. Absolutely right, Tasty. I don't want to get overboard, so I'm gonna go with two stats, one for hit points and one for stamina, and then design a system to where you could have multiple. You know, how do we design it in a way that you can have and easily add multiple stats? Zank, yeah, let's create a simple combat system and then we'll improve it as we go. Exactly. So this is our stamina bar. And then our health bar. Stamina bar, we should put this in combat. Health. There we go. So we're going to do two stats. Health and stamina lets us sort of, you know, maybe do different things, but we're having an attack. We're gonna have an attack and a defend option. Attack, defend, and run. Those are gonna sort of be the things we can do. If your stamina is too low, you're gonna be less likely to be able to escape when you run. So we'll have like some things built in like that. Run or flee. Flee, that's what we're gonna do. Flee. Defend. Oh, these are just like the options you can do to actually do something, and then we're gonna add in some menu items as well, so you can access your inventory. Spacing. Where's my spacing? 20. 10. All right, attack, defend, and we'll add in an inventory button as well. inventory. So we'll be able to open up our inventory that way. And I'll put flee below. No, not there. How do I want this to be reordered just above it. There we go. Attack, defend, inventory, flee. So these are sort of the options you're gonna have in combat. Yeah, awesome. That's awesome, Tastegraph. You're a teacher. I'm a teacher too. So nice to have you here. Dodgeball and physical designing a scene, and sometimes. So what's interesting about this is I haven't designed like the code part of the combat system yet, and so maybe I should do that a little bit backwards. But this has helped me sort of explore like what is the user going to see, how we're going to interact, and so this has helped me sort of say, okay, well, I know I'm going to need a way to do attack, defend, inventory, flee. These are sort of the options. So I need some sort of combat system now that let me incorporate these different ideas. So we got sort of the scene here. One thing I do want to do, is people keep complaining about this Unity blue. So we're gonna generate a background here for like a combat scene. We're gonna go back over to Dolly real quick. I gotta log back in. I want to generate a background for my combat scene, and my game sort of is gonna take place in like a forest. So that's one of the locations where you can visit in my game. Is you from the town, you can go into the quote unquote magical forest. Go into the magical forest. So we're gonna do generate a background here, like we've done for some of the other things. We're gonna say a mysterious forest in a fantasy game, filled with mystery and magical energies. All right. And then in addition to that, let's search for Enger digital. Let's go with digital art. Zank Keys, welcome to Twitch. Zank was over on YouTube giving us some chats, but welcome to Twitch. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it very much. I hope you're enjoying it. As always, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to try and answer. All right, which one of these do we like the best for our background? These are all great. I think I'm gonna extend. So you get credit. Let's see what it says. 115 credits is $15. It costs 1 credit for 4 generations. Costs 1 credit for 4 generations, so it's like 115. What would it be? $15 divided by 4, or am I getting that 4? So I get 115 generations for $15. So at 13 cents per generation. And so each image cost about 3 cents. So much less than hiring an artist. It's great for concept work. So yeah, and you get 15, I think you get 15 free a month. So pretty cool stuff. I like these. Yeah, so I want to install some of this stuff locally or have a computer specifically for it, but it's just this is just so easy to use. It's so easy to use online that we make it hard. Oh, nice. So one of the things that sort of it combines with my OpenAI, as well. Here, let me log into this as well. So it sort of like all goes into one plan for me, and it turns out I'm not really the one paying for this. I have a limit. I have a hard limit, but I'm not the one that actually has to pay for it. So there's so I've done stuff like the following on this moment. Write a 3-sentence description of leather armor for a fantasy game codex. All right, so I could do this. And then I just use this as my description in my game. Leather armor is a versatile and lightweight armor option crafted from tanned animal hides. It is often used by greater freedom of movement than heavier armors. It is also highly resistant to fire, making it particularly useful in areas where flame-based attacks are common. So this is really nice for that regard too. So I really like that. Unity Coder, that's awesome. I'm gonna check it out. I'm pretty new to this AI generated stuff. I've known about it for a long time, but I haven't used it a lot. I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really cool. When you the coolest thing about the AI generated stuff is you own it. You own it, right? So, all right, but we're gonna generate a background here. I'm getting myself distracted a little bit. I think I want to use. Let's do one more set of generations. And see, well, I should have changed the description a little bit, trying to get some variation. I'm curious, Unity Coder, can you do, I'm sure you can. This uses OpenAI. Let's see, who? Unity Coder, I'm so sorry. Unity Coder, overly aggressive on that stuff. IP Unity. Let me try and fix that for you. I apologize for my bot here. I know you're not posting anything malicious. Allow you to post things. I'm trying to. I'm new to streaming. Everyone here knows I'm very new to streaming. I don't actually know what I'm doing. But let's see if we can get you the ability to post that real quick. I'm looking at my settings here on Stream Elements. Hang on, the spam filters are overly aggressive. All right, I've updated it to, I think, allow you. Menaliki, happy Saturday, my friend. Nice to see you. See if you can, Unity Coder, can you try posting it again? I really liked the, yeah, Unity Coder, if you can try posting it again, it might let it go through this time. I think I've updated it to let you have, to be ignored by this system. Ooh, scenario GG. I didn't mean to pin that. Let's go with that. Yeah, Tasty Graph. I actually signed up for Leonardo AI. I haven't been accepted to it yet, but Leonardo AI looked really cool. I signed up for it, and I'm waiting to get my invite. But it looked cool. It's specifically for AI, but let's look at scenario. AI generated game assets. I'm gonna have to check this one out too. This looks cool. Boogie, thank you for sharing. Astronaut, thank you for hanging out. Have a beautiful day. Have a wonderful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep honing your skills, and you're welcome back anytime. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. Come on back now. Here, ya all. Come on back, ya all. What am I trying to say? There's like some quote that I can't quite get right. Oh, Unicoder, I'm sorry. That's funny. I'm a very distracted human being when I stream. I love it. This is super fun. If you haven't tried out streaming, like kind of addictive here. So my guess is that it specifically on so here's the thing. So Dolly is using OpenAI. All right, so let's go to OpenAI real quick. OpenAI is is an API, so you can write programs that do it. Dolly uses image generation from OpenAI. So Dolly uses image generation from OpenAI. It just happens to be like an implementation of it. So you could write your own program to do this, right? And the thing is that you can do this fine tuning. So you can say, okay, instead of being as general as possible, here's sort of like the topic. We're gonna fine tune it specifically on game asset files. So you can actually feed it your own. So let's say you have an artist on your team, you can feed it your artist's work and say, use this as a base for the style. Use this as a basis for the style that you generate, and it sort of like tries to learn how to do it there. And so my guess is that Scenario GG and Leonardo AI, those things are using something like that, so that the machine learning models will have been trained on a more specific subset. So it's less general, more specific, which will result in like better, should result in better content. I really like this. All right, we're almost done here. Fill in that corner. I'm gonna have to check out Midjourney. I have students who have been using Midjourney. There's 10 million things I want to do, and there's only one of me, and only 24 hours a day, and I'm only awake. I'm only awake for like 16 of those hours. Yeah, I've thought about I kind of want to get a computer just for AI generated stuff, to be honest. That would be cool. That would be super cool. AI generated backgrounds. All right, let's open this up with our GIMP. And see if we can image scale. All right, I got the height perfect. So we're not going to scale it at all. Instead, we're going to crop it. 1920, 1080. And we will... Nope, that's not what I wanted. 1920 by 1080. And we'll see how this looks in our background. We'll export as, add this into our assets here. Sprites, backgrounds, forest background. We're gonna do it as a JPEG so we can add in some better compression. And we'll do 80, and we're gonna have it take up the whole space. It has to go first. And let's add in our sprite, background, image. Lock this bad boy in place. Forest. There's our forest. You would think that would be true, Tasty. I had an issue though where I'm building for WebGL, and my build sizes are crazy big until I started using JPEGs for these things. Additionally, it makes it so that when I store it on GitHub, my GitHub files are much smaller that way as well. But I agree, Tasty. It feels like it shouldn't be that way, because if I were to go over here and look at it in the forest background here, in my editor, in my inspector, it compresses it based on the information you use here, right? So for some reason with WebGL build, I'm stuttering because I don't really understand. So I don't really understand it. But I believe the issue is if I come over here into my forest background and I were to I'd have to specifically set in here, do something in my build settings to get my build size smaller, right? And so this took my WebGL program, and when I started switching to the backgrounds are just giant. I started switching the backgrounds specifically to be JPEGs because they were like these 20 megabyte PNG files. And my builds, when I would have these WebGL builds that I had to upload, they were, you know, I think it was like 160 megabytes, and switching them to the JPEGs basically made them very, very small to upload. But it does have, you're absolutely right. It has to do with the build settings, how I have it set up, and then how I've set the compression here. And so I'm just building a prototype, being a little bit lazy about it, but you're right. You're absolutely right that it shouldn't matter here, but it's more than anything for my GitHub repository to stay small, and then also for my WebGL for me to keep that small without worrying about it too much. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. That looks not terrible. The one thing is the enemy name is now essentially impossible to read. So what we might do is add in to our enemy info. I'm just gonna add in a dumb thing real quick. To my enemy, we'll get a better one for it, but we're gonna just add in a nice little, nice is not the operative word here. Background, where did this go? Oh, we're gonna add this actually. All right, take it back. Sublime this enemy name. Yeah, I'm gonna add an image here. This is what I'm gonna do. Make it black and mildly transparent. So that's what I'm gonna do for now. And then we'll get a nicer background, a better frame or something for our enemy. But this is what I'm gonna do just to make it a little bit readable for now. All right. Okay. All right, I think this scene, I have enough here to actually do some code. All right, so we've been streaming here for 2 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna keep going for, I think, probably 2 or 3 more hours today. Saturday, I wanna get more done. But we're gonna do a commit real quick. Assets. We basically just built a scene out here. I built out our combat scene. So let's do a commit. Everything's saved here. We got our monster stuff. All right, here we go. This is a, oh, hang on. Before I do this, I'm on the wrong branch. I need to merge this branch back in. All right, let's get checkout main. Oh, I've made mistakes. Get status. Okay, I've made some mistakes. I modified these things. Okay, so these are the ones that I need to commit here, because those were modifications I made specifically to this branch. All right. So I want, okay, so we're gonna merge this scene transition manager. All right. Chore. Save scenes / add uncommitted changes. Okay. And now I'm gonna, before I can do this, I gotta make a new branch. So we're working on a new feature, which happens to be the combat system. Before we do this, so now I should be able to check out main, develop. jQuery / develop. What are my requests into this? The smart thing to do would make a pull request and squash this down into the transition manager into a single commit. That would be the good thing. I'm trying to get on a break here. So we're gonna merge my scene manager system. All right. And we'll add this here to our combat system. So this one is a work in progress. Created initial combat scene. All right, go ahead and publish that branch up there. It's gonna ask if we want to do a pull request. I don't want to do a pull request yet. Okay, so we have ourselves a scene here, and now we got to actually write some underline the model. So the idea is we're gonna write a model, then we're gonna hopefully write a little test for our model. We need to. So right now our character doesn't have any, you know, health or stamina or anything like that. It's just associated with the data model. So we're gonna add that in. And we have to create an enemy type, and an enemy is also going to have a health and stamina. You won't be able to, I think you won't be able to see the enemy stamina or something. I'm not sure. We'll see what we're going to do here. That said, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm out of coffee. Get a quick coffee. I'm out of water. Sometimes I'm not out of water. Take a quick coffee break, water break. Then we're going to come back. We're going to do a stretch. So get ready to stretch with me if you'd like to. Getting that flow going, but we're going to take a quick break. I'll be back here in less than 5 minutes. So hang tight. See you in a minute. All right, we are back. We've got our coffee with us. We've got full 16 ounces of water with us. We're happy. We're ready to go. We're going to do a quick stretch here. If you happen to have been sitting for the last while, join me in a stretch, will you? You know me, stretching's good for your body. It's good for your soul, and it lets your coffee cool off a little bit. So we're gonna do a quick little stretch here. All right, so I'm gonna just get a little stretch here. Think about some of the things I'm gonna work on next. All right, so I got my basic UI set up for what I want to do here. So one of the things that I know that I might want to add to this is sort of the combat information. So in a text-based adventure, it's sort of like describe what's going on. So I almost need like a little spot at the bottom somewhere where it has sort of some dialogue happening. And that will show you, ooh, that was good. It'll show you sort of the results. It'll say something like, you know, Delilah swings at Bob's chest, but Mrs. Bob parries out of the way or something like that. So sort of a information output of sorts. So part right now, but the part that's glaring out to me right now is that big blank spot at the bottom of the character information area. I think that might be a spot where we can add a little when you do something, have like a little window pop up that has it. That feels really, really annoying. That's good. That's good. But yeah, if you're every 2 hours, do some stretching. I'm bad at remembering to do it, but I'm getting better. I try and do it as much as possible. But if you're sitting around, join me in this stretching. Get a little bit of stretching here. Get yourself a little bit limbered up. It's good for your body. It's good for everything. Get that blood flowing. Helps your body from wearing out. Yeah, so it's good stuff. Like a statistics, something to our characters. So I need sort of like this idea of a living entity. Right now I have a character interface, but I need this idea, I think, of a living entity. And so a living entity is sort of a monster, character, NPC, anything that could be part of combat. Would be a living entity. All right, we're gonna do a quad stretch next. Real quick, 30-second quad stretch on each side. Then I'm gonna do a little calf stretch as well, and then we'll hop back into it. Oh, that's good. And as always, if you have any suggestions, I love to hear suggestions, but no promises that I'll use them. Core, we got some noise graphics now. Yeah, not bad. Some nice AI generated, AI assisted graphics, so not terrible. Doing your voluntary work, nice. Good for you. Anyone who doesn't know, Core is a streamer as well. Core streams video games and also some development. Lately, I've only noticed you doing development. I think you were saying that you only stream video games on the weekend. Is that right, Core? Stretching my right quad now. But yeah, I caught Core streaming a while back, maybe a week or two ago. Factorio, super cool game. But Core's been learning Unity, does work in Godot. Godot? I think it's Godot. Good stuff. If you haven't seen Core stuff, check them out. All right, so we got our stretches in there. Get a little blood flow. And now we're gonna write some code. We're gonna write some models. All right, so we're always tempted right away to start writing mono behaviors. I'm gonna encourage you not to jump in writing mono behaviors immediately. Instead focus on, okay, what are the core elements of this that don't need to be a mono behavior? So if you get away with not using mono behaviors, it's kind of a good thing. It's a good thing. But I think I need this idea of, I need something that can be in combat with you. And so I want the system to use all enemies, all players, anything that can be in combat should all, I want them to sort of have the same idea. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a type called living entity. All right, so I have a folder here, or have this folder called entity. And so an entity is something that you can interact with in combat. And specifically, I'm going to create a type called living entity. This is going to be my interface. So namespace adventure quest dot entity. And we're going to create a public interface living entity. All right, so now living entity is going to have some statistics attached to it. And so a living entity is going to have, this is why I wanted 2, because I could put health and stamina directly on a living entity, or I can have this idea of stats. All right, so I think a living entity is going to have a separate thing, and this will make it more extensible, a little bit more extensible, probably over-engineered. But we're going to call this an living entity stat. Attribute. All right. Maybe I'll just call it attribute. We have abilities. All right, Ryan's gonna be mad at me here with my names. Ryan, Boogie, you gotta get me that atlas of names soon, so I can name things better. Yeah, so we're gonna have like an attribute, namespace adventure quest dot entity, and public interface attribute. Yeah, please be mad at me about names because I'm terrible at them. Naming is like in my mind, naming is the hardest part of programming. All right, so the idea is we're gonna have an attribute. And I don't know that we actually need an attribute to be an interface, but the idea is like an attribute is a numeric type, or even an attribute of type T might be what we want in this case. So in this case, it'd be like an attribute. Yeah, exactly. This is why I didn't want to call it an attribute. But it kind of is. It's like it gets tagged onto something. Maybe entity attribute. Does that feel any better, Smab? What do you think? So like the idea. So let me talk about like what my. Let me stutter a little bit more. But the idea is my living entity is going to have a list of entity attributes. So this sort of inside of this, I'll be able to say like, oh, well, it's going to have health and stamina. But now I'm feeling like, well, this feels weird too. Because I actually want... Maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is wrong because... It's similar to my... Alright, so this is actually really similar to my ability. I think attribute might actually need to be an enumerated type that lists the type of attributes you have. So it'd be health and stamina to start. So it's like a set number of things that they all have. And then again, you're gonna have a dictionary. Have you diagrammed your models yet? Have you? In my mind. No, you're right, I haven't. And that's because I don't know exactly what I'm going for here, right? I'm sort of working it out I'm working it out here. And maybe I should draw some of this stuff out. It helps inform my decisions a little bit. I think I kind of want it to be similar in this way. So all right, so here's one thing I know for sure. Public abilities. A living entity is going to have abilities for sure. I know this is going to be true. So all living entities must have abilities attached to them. Yeah, so I just, if I were to draw them out, it's hard to stream drawing them out a little bit. I'm thinking through the process of like the collection of things that a living entity has. I know that they want abilities. And so our abilities are these things. And I think the other thing I want is sort of attributes or statistics or stats. So Ryan, it's a little bit different. Good question. So Ryan asked, why don't I just use character? An enemy. This is a good question. Maybe it is a character. Maybe it is a character. You could be right here. It could just be a character. And it's the name character that bothers me, right? Maybe my character thing is really what I want my living entity. But I don't actually see... So here's the difference. Here's the difference, Ryan. I essentially want to get to a... All right. Let's create a new folder. Entity. I want something that sort of looks like this. monster. Adventure quest dot entity dot monster. I kind of eventually want something. So Smabs, I love Smab because Smab always pokes holes in what I'm doing. Says you need to think about what you're doing a little bit more, and you should draw it out. And you're right. I probably should draw it out. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want here and how flexible do I want it to be. I could just make an eye enemy and say, okay, an enemy is a thing that has these properties, and you're never ever going to fight an eye character, right? So you will only ever fight enemies in the version of a storekeeper or something like that. So maybe I should really be going here with eye enemy instead. But there are things that my enemy and player have in common. But I'm noticing right now with my eye enemy, I don't know that I actually need to have this eye living thing, because really eye enemy just eye has abilities. Right, so I already have this interface for abilities. And we'll do that. So it has abilities, and really what I'm doing is I has attributes. I think that's sort of really what I want, is my enemies have abilities and attributes, because the abilities allow us to like participate in combat, do rolls, that sort of thing. Not necessarily have weapons or anything. And the difference here with the eye enemies, you're probably gonna have like an eye loot table as well. Eye has loot table. Okay, so I think that's a good way to think about it. All right, so we can get rid of these box of like you're attacking this thing. Yeah, so let's keep it simple. We're gonna add in attributes, new. And hang on, entity. We'll still call it entity. new I has, or attributes. All right, so create new folder attribute. We're going to create a new file attribute. That's going to be our enum type that defines the attributes that all things will have. So namespace adventure quest attribute. Oh, we decided crud. Attributes. Decided attributes a bad name here. So not attribute, instead here. Synonym for attribute. Property, feature, aspect, quality, trait. I like trait. What do people think about trait? Sign. A peculiarity, a facet. So they have a health trait, a health quality, they have a health property is another one, but I think property is also overloaded. I think I like trait. All right, so we're going with trait. All right, public enum trait. And we have 2 traits for now, health and stamina. Those are our 2 traits. And our I has trait. Exactly, Ryan. I didn't like property. And then we'll create a new file, traits. And then, all right. Public class traits. Trait, I has traits, and then our public interface, I has traits. And we'll have a single traits get like this. And then traits. So now I have like this new predicament I'm in here, in which I have done. I want it to work exactly the way abilities does. I want it to essentially. I want to almost exactly the way abilities does. Is how this is going to work. Is we're going to have a dictionary from a trait to a... Oh, no, it's not going to work the same. It's going to be very different. Not very different. It's going to be similar but different. It's different enough that I don't know that I actually want to... I was thinking it's going to be identical, but actually we don't care because we don't have total modifiers. Instead, these are like separate things. Okay, so we have different traits. Thumbert Games, good morning. Happy Saturday. Took me a second there. Had to dig deep into the recesses of my brain folds to find that one. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. And there's actually another trait that we have. Yeah. So this is interesting here. We have health. We have max health. We have stamina, and we have max stamina. And so I have a thought here of like, do these become traits as well, or does every trait have a max value and a current value associated with it? So part of me thinks that based on my pattern here, we have traits. Are these values that will always have a current value and a max value. Everything in there for the traits. Part of me is like, that seems... Or do I want it to be more along this line here? I'm thinking through it. I'm thinking through it. I'm noodling over this thought in my head. But yeah, this is sort of like, how mutable is this? What are the values that we have? I think I like this idea a little bit. A trait sort of works. Well, now I'm not sure trait is an enum. Now I'm not sure trait is an enum. Instead, I'm kind of thinking that we have a class for trait, and a trait has sort of like a, and then we're gonna have like an enum that's like a trait type, or a trait value. Health, stamina. Let's think here. We want to try and design this in like a reasonable way. Yeah, so I think I'm going to define trait in the following way. So a trait is a value that you have. So health, if you have health, does that make sense? Health is sort of your max score for something. Stamina is your max score for something. If we were, I'm trying to think, is there another thing that we might add in later to do this? I'm not sure. We're gonna write a little bit here. We're gonna write a little bit of code and see how it feels. See how it feels a little bit. But I'm kind of thinking a trait is now sort of, we have a current value and a max value. So like experience will be sort of another trait that you'd have. So it's like your current amount of experience you have. Yeah, so let's explore that a little bit and see if it's easy to add that in. All right, so my idea here is trait is like your current value of something. If my health equals 25, this is max health. All traits have a current value and a max value. Does this make sense? Someone tell me if they think I'm going in like a completely insane direction right now. But I think this is how I want to manage that. All right, so we're gonna add a little. I think that's how I want to manage it. All right, so in my traits then, the idea, Tasty Graph, thank you so much for hanging out. It was nice meeting you today. I love that you're an educator as well. Keep designing, keep doing what you need to do. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful night. Take care of yourself, and you're welcome back anytime. We'll see you soon. All right, so under the hood, we have a couple things here. So we're gonna have a dictionary from our trait to an int. Okay, and so this is gonna be our I'm gonna create, I have a trait and I have a trait value. Trait value. Okay. Is that? Is this going? Yeah. Trait and trait value. So a trait value has the following properties. It's going to have a property that is the actual trait that is under the hood. It's going to have an int value, which is the current value, and then it's going to have, what am I? It just needs me to compile this probably. Oh, I didn't give it a name. As a value, and then it also has a public int max, as well as a min, public int min. Okay. Yeah, I think I like this. I think I like this idea here. And so our value sort of will automatically get clamped in here. So then we're going to have some fields, some backing fields here. Private int value. All right. And for get, this just happens to be value. So we're just going to default that, but math import system. I think I like this. Math dot system dot buffer. Why would you? How dare you? Math dot clamp. Value in min max, and this will be that value equals like that. So we have this really vague idea of like you have your trait, which has a label. This is the label of the thing, and then your actual trait value is one of these things. Okay, so let's create a constructor. Gonna take in the trait that we're doing. Int min and an int max. And we could do some checks here, but in essence, we're gonna say trait is equal to the trait. Min is equal to the min, and max is equal to the max. Don't use traits. What would you say? Trait. Oh, trait manifest, trait catalog. I like that. I like that. Yeah, you're right. That trait and traits is too close. Good call, Ryan. And by default, we set it to the max. So value gets set to the max on initialization. But we'll have multiple constructors here. Multiple constructors, and specifically we can do, I'm gonna do one where we construct a trait value, where it's just, all you do is specify the max, and the default is gonna be this. Trait, 0, max, and max. This is like our helper. We say trait, max, max, like that. Ryan has a great suggestion over here. Instead of traits, this should be our trait trait catalog. I don't like catalog. Trait set. Trait group. I think maybe trait set. Trait set. Trait man. So like for equipment, I went with equipment manifest. That one made sense. We'll come up with a better name when we come back to this, but trait list is the best I got so far. And Unity wants to recompile. Unity's gonna be upset because I changed the name under the hood. All right. Let's reopen has traits. Trait list. Manifest is the word I've used in the past. I might change that. All right. A trait value here, though. Construct this, but enforces this sort of thing here. Format document. Okay. Manifest would keep consistency. That's a trait manifest. We'll go with trait manifest then. That makes sense. That makes sense. A trait manifest. Similarly, we'd probably want to change our abilities to be an ability manifest, because that's sort of what it is at this point. Abilities isn't YS, so it kind of seems okay-ish. Still, please. All right, we have trait manifest like that. Trait manifest. What did I do? What did I rename to trait manifest? Oh, this should still be trait value. This should be trait manifest. Okay, so the idea here is for each one of our traits, we have a way to access it. We'll have a private dictionary. So the idea is that the trait is the label itself. So the alternative here might be to so good question. The alternative, what I'm hoping to enforce, is that you can't just create a trait of an alternative would be have a name here, right? So you take in a string that says name, so this would give the trait a name. And then you could do, but then the challenge with that is that points wrong or health wrong, and you sort of fall into trouble there. So I don't want things to be stringly typed, so to speak. Instead, I've created labels that make the C# compiler be type safe, essentially. So we have some type safety here of saying, well, I can only ever have trait values of type health and of type stamina. I can never do it. Another alternative would be make my constructor private and then have some methods here that specifically allow you to get specific ones, but the extensibility of that becomes a little bit harder. So by having these enumerated types, it ensures either health or stamina. Did that sort of give you an explanation, Boogie? So let's look at an example here. If I look at my abilities specifically, I want to be able to have a method here called score, where I accept an ability and it gives me back that ability score, the value that that ability has. If I didn't do it with an enum, I would essentially have to have the user, the programmer, pass in a string here. And so that gives me a lot more room for error in my code, and I might accidentally type in a string that is mistyped or have a typo. Instead, I have some type safety here that allows me, that gives me some confidence that I won't do it accidentally. And it sort of prevents me from making trait values that are not of the trait types. An alternative, okay. An alternative here would, instead of having this be called trait value, this could just be called trait, and then I could have my trait enum be trait type. That's an alternative that I think would not be unreasonable. But the idea is, for the most part, you're going to be interacting with this via the trait manifest. And so the trait manifest is going to have a method that looks like this. It's going to be public int value trait t. And this is going to give it back. So for the most part, you're going to be interacting with this through the trait manifest to get the values of specific traits. So you really aren't going to be accessing it directly this way. Instead, you're going to be accessing it this way, and you'll have like sort of sets and stuff that way as well. I think. Yeah, I think for the most part, you're going to interact it through the manifest. As I has. Great. Still think this one's okay. Okay, so our manifest now, using system.collections.generic. Is the trait like a buff and nerf for stats? No. So a trait specifically would be like health is your, it includes two things. A trait would be like your health and also your max health. So it sort of has a current, min, and max value. So health and stamina. Buffs and nerfs is probably going to be like a set. If we had buffs and nerfs, that would probably or an effect. All right, Thumbert game, welcome to lurk mode. Yeah, so more of a modifier idea where you might have, I think I would call it, I'd probably make a class called like a buff, and then the buff targets specific traits under the hood, and sort of would adjust like your actual max and your actual min, where it's sort of this idea with trait is sort of like your raw trait value, and then you'd have like a modified trait value or something with buffs. I'm not 100% sure how I would implement that, but it would be interesting to think about. All right, so here we're gonna have a private dictionary from trait to trait value, and we'll call this values, traits. Okay. So now this is actually feeling a lot like my other one. But the idea with value here is the way we interact with it is going to be that we get traits of t dot value. Okay. Or do I want this to return the trait directly? Maybe I want this to return the trait directly. Let's try get trait value. Yeah, so I think that's okay. And then so you do a get, you'd get the thing, and then you would call dot value on it directly. Okay, I think I'm okay with that. Keeps it a little simpler. Basically, we're trying to ensure that the trait manifest always has all of the traits inside of it. So the constructor for a trait manifest can accept like a list, yeah, trait manifest. We want to get, we have this idea here of a public static read, well, it's going to be a property actually, public static trait array all traits. And this is going to get us an enum system.enum, and we'll have this using system. Here, we're going to take our enum dot, let's look at how we did this real quick in our abilities. This thing here. And instead, this will be trait. So we're going to get all of the possible values here. So we have an all traits. And the reason I do it this way as a function, a getter, is we don't want people to be able to modify this outside. You don't want to accidentally modify it. This is very similar to abilities. And so as I'm coding here, I'm going to decide whether or not this deserves a new class called manifest. I need to decide whether it deserves a new class called manifest. And a manifest sort of will be of type, like some enum type. So it'd be a type T. And that type T knows how to sort of construct itself where it always has the default values. The idea here is that we can do for each trait T in all traits, traits dot add, not add, traits of T equals new trait value, and we pass in our T and then 10. So we're going to create someone with the default traits where they have, you know, every trait is 10. Apollo, welcome back, my friend. It's nice to see you. Happy Saturday. Exactly, Boogie. The idea is like I think there's going to be a common parent here. The main thing though is that our underlying type for our abilities is different. So we look at the abilities class. Abilities class. These two things are semi-related in that they have like a similar underlying implementation, but they're different enough. I don't need a total or a total modifiers on my trait manifest. It's different in that regard. And same with my equipment manifest, right? So my character equipment manifest again follows this pattern where I have an enum going to some other type and under the hood, but this has very different implementation. And also this one, these things, it's not guaranteed that you have those things. So I'm not sure whether or not we actually have a copy pasted code yet, or if it's just that we're not quite there yet. Yeah, so you're right. There's the same thing. I smell this and I'm going like, this is very similar to what we've written, but is it identical? Is there a generalization we can make or not? Good question, Apollo. Let's take a look at what we've done today. My sign-on. Here, let's bring my sign-on over. Let's look at what my goals are for today. As always, I try and do it, trying to keep myself honest here. Goals for today. My primary goal, my long-term goal right now is implementing a combat system. What that system looks like, I don't know. We had this mini goal that we skipped, decided I'm going to do that off stream because it's not going to be interesting to watch me read Unity documentation. Once I figure out how to do it, I'll explain it on stream. But my goal here is so I created a combat scene. All right, so I created a basic scene to give myself some inspiration for how combat will work. And we're going to follow a classic style combat here. So we're going to have like our enemy displayed over here. We're going to have our character information displayed over here. And then you have your menu options as well. All right, so one thing that seems to be missing from this scene is displaying information. So report results of each combat round to the player. And so I'll probably end up with some kind of dialogue either down here or in this blank space here, or maybe a bigger spot here and stretch things out. I don't know yet, but that's something to think about. So part one was sort of create a combat scene. Happy with the way the scene layout looks out for now. And now we're exploring the idea of monsters and enemies and for combat. So one of the things we needed to decide was, okay, well, I need hit points and stamina, and I'm going to potentially need like a defense value, that sort of thing going on here. So that's what we're working on now, is we're working our way, I lost it here. We're working our way through designing. We're doing a little bit of a design prototype here of how we want our combat system to work. And to get there, previously we didn't have implementing health and stamina. So we're going to implement health, we're going to implement stamina, and go from there. How have you been? All right, so we have this idea of a trait value, trait manifest. These all get, that's the best way to do it. But that's what we're gonna do. And so an alternative might be to have this accept some sort of trait values here. Ooh, that's an idea. That's an idea. Have this accept. All right, so we're gonna do this trait value. We're gonna see if we like this or not. Params. Traits. We'll start it this way. Or is it params? I can never get this right. Params. All right, so we're gonna do this. You can optionally specify some default trait values. Old retro games had health bars on top during combat. Oh, like Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, yeah. So I might move that. That's just there for style points. And what we're gonna do first is, yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in here for each trait, T in traits. Traits T equals, oh, maybe it's not a terrible idea actually. Trait lookup. There we go. Let's say our trait dot trait is going to be, or I guess I can just pass that whole thing in, trait, like that. All right, so you can specify default, like the traits that you want, so you can pass them in. And then what we go through is we say, okay, if we don't have one, we're going to loop through all the possible traits then, and we're going to say if traits.lookup does not contains T, we're going to do a default one. So this is just going to ensure that we have a default value for everything. And by default, it's just going to be 0. All right. Does that seem like a reasonable implementation for trait? Doesn't seem like a horrible best to have. And if you don't specify something, you basically get zeros for your values. Now we have this thing that we can get it. So Boogie Zolo, to answer your, actually much simpler than abilities, right? So abilities has a bunch of added stuff going on in here, and the trait manifests itself. It's really just a nice simple wrapper for this dictionary. And so I actually think it's quite a bit simpler. And we also are going to need this to be serializable, so we'll go ahead and do that now. System.serializable, like this. And to serialize these things, we're going to have a list here. So private list of trait values. Trait values, and this will be our serialized field. So this will be our Unity engine.serialized field, and this is going to implement, let's use using Unity engine serialized callback receiver, and before serializing, we say if traits lookup is null, we do nothing. And if traits lookup is not null, we turn it to a list. So trait values is going to be equal to our traits lookup, and we want to do link here, or dot values dot to list. Moon is my friend. Happy Saturday. It's nice to see you again. I was watching you. How'd your stream go? Anyone who doesn't follow Mooniz does some Mooniz was what I call an actual game developer. I'm a wannabe over here, trying to learn how to do game development. Mooniz does real game development. Gotta go check out Mooniz's Ludum Dare submission. Looks awesome. Yeah, Mooniz is awesome. Go check him out. System.link. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. It's nice to see you, my friend. It's nice to see you. Did my stream die? Can you guys see me still? Uh-oh. F. Still. I'm back. I'm back in the saddle. All right, so we're gonna say here then if trait values is null, we're gonna return nothing. And then our actual, yeah. So then we do a loop here for our traits lookup. It's gonna come from our values here. And so trait values dot to dictionary. And this is going to take in two getters. So we have a select for key. All right, so V goes to V. There we go. So we're going to serialize. We go one way, go the other way. Mooniz, have a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you again. As always, keep on growing, keep on coding, and you're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. Got a nod. Thank you for the follow. I think it's got a nod. Or maybe it's Gotan OD. Gotan OD. If I'm pronouncing wrong, let me know. But welcome aboard. You're always welcome to lurk. But I love trying to answer questions. I love for you to participate. I'm totally okay with backseat coding. No promises that I'll follow what you're suggesting, but you're always welcome to send things my way. It's a great way to get better, is to try and listen to what other people have to say. All right, so our traits lookup, traits set. Let's add in an equals method here. All right, so we're gonna do a hash code and an equals as well. Then we're gonna write a test here for our trait manifest to give ourselves confidence that it's working. So our equals, this thing needs to be a trait manifest. And our, essentially what we care about is our traits lookup equal to our other traits lookup. And this requires us to import our utils. And our hash code is going to be our traits lookup. Okay. All right. This looks reasonable for our trait manifest. Let's now implement some tests. And if I was needs a my trait value needs an equals and hash code as well. Value. Trait value. And we're just going to check that all of these things are equal, that our trait is equal to trait, other.trait, and our min is equal to other.min, and our max is equal to other.max, And our value is equal to other dot value. Okay. What are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? OBJ double equals. Double equals. That's funny. That's funny. What programming language was I using yesterday that had single equal compares? I don't remember. All right, so this will just be a hash code combined on all these traits, min, max, value. Yeah. Combine those together, write a little simple equals, little simple hash code here. And now I can write my test. I'm gonna write a test here to make sure I can serialize this guy. Write a test to make sure that the equals works and that I can serialize and deserialize. So now we're gonna come over to our test folder. Make sure Unity compile this for me. Unity invoke the compiler. Here we go. All right, we got that compiled. Trait, new file, new folder, trait. And we're gonna write a new test. Still a copy of this real quick. Just so I have new file, trait, manifest, test. So be our trait manifest test. We're going to test equality and test serialization. All right. And build for me, please. So writing this test is nice. If you're new, so I like to call these, if you're not so pro tip, using test is a great way to ensure your program. So we're going to test equality. So we're going to construct two different manifests. So we'll call this a trait. Oh, let's put this in the trait there. And so we're going to say that a trait manifest, do manifest 0, or manifest 0, okay, new trait manifest. So we can construct it this way. All right, manifest, other. So we're gonna construct two of these. So their internals should be separate. They should have two separate sets of traits. Something I want to ensure too, actually on my manifest here. I do need to make a copy of this thing. So I should actually make a new trait value where it's trait.trait. Trait.min, trait.max, and trait.value. So we're going to copy all of those things over so that we're actually a copy of the incoming trait, so we can't modify it externally. All right. So manifest first, manifest other, and then we should do assert are not same. So this asserts that they're actually different objects. Assert are equal, manifest first, manifest other. So they should be the same. They should have the similar equality. If get trait.health, and we're going to change, the max equals 12. All right, set the max to 12. Then we should be able to assert are not equal, manifest first and manifest other. So they should no longer be equal. They don't have the exact same things. And then if we change it, trait.health.max, if we now set it to 12, they should be equal again. All right, so now they're set to be equal again. Let's try it for a different trait as well. So we'll do it for trait.stamina. Min equals 2. Assert are not equal. And then we'll set first And then one last one where we'll change a value of something. So first, get trait dot stamina dot value equals 7. And we're going to assert that they're not equal. And then we'll update other so that the value is 7. And then we assert that they are equal like that. All right, so we're going to in this case. So let's run this test. So run this little block here, trait, run equality. Oh, 2 cannot be greater than 0. Okay, let's go look. So I got open error line. My clamp, all right, clamp min max. There's an error here happening when I construct this. All right, so if min is greater than max. Oh, you know what's happening? You know what's happening? I know what's going on. In my manifest, when I set the min to 2, I need to set my max as well to like a big number, a bigger number. Let's try 10. And then this one, we also want to set to max. Because my default behavior was everything gets set to 0. When I construct this, everything gets set to 0. Okay. And so in this case, now they should be matching here. And then I set the value this way. Okay. So when I was setting the value, it was basically saying you can't do that. The clamp value is not going to allow it. So I should probably add in some stuff for when you're setting mins and maxes this way to ensure that nothing terrible is happening in that regard. So in fact, I'm kind of tempted here. I'm a little tempted. All right, now serialization works. So if I'm confident that my equality works, serialization becomes easy. I make something, I serialize it, I deserialize it, and if the before save and the loaded are the same, then you have a lot of confidence works. If your equality check is doing anything, less confidence there. Let's go ahead now, and we're going to use the Unity Engine serialization. So we're gonna construct a trait manifest to serialize, or we'll call it original. New trait manifest. We'll do a new manifest here. So here, if you've never seen the params before, so in my trait manifest, I've set it up so I can give it a set of params. All right. So here's how that will work. Here's how that will work. Is now in my. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, so if I do new here, that array is empty. Down here, I can construct it in the following way. I say, okay, well, I need a new trait value. Jerryox, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Let me stutter at you some more, but welcome aboard. You're always welcome to lurk, but feel free to ask questions. I love questions. Christoph, I don't know how I missed you back there. I didn't say hello to you. Christoph, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. Christoph is one of my first ever followers on stream here. So it's so nice to see you. I'm sorry I missed your message a while back. I don't know how I missed it. Well, I do. I was programming. All right, so we'll set a health value this way. New trait value. Trait.stamina 10. Right. So this allows us to sort of specify things here But our trait manifest gives us a guarantee that all of these traits will be inside of it. So if we don't specify it, it sets it to 0. An alternative would be to make it say, oh, if we don't specify these during construction, it's an exception. But I like it. I think I like it so that if I end up adding more traits in the future, I don't know. This might be bad. I might actually want to make it. Here's what I'm going to do though up here. Let's do this. Like that. Okay. Run that test again. We're going to use the Unity's serializer. So string JSON is going to be equal to Unity engine dot JSON utility dot to JSON. So we're going to take this thing and serialize it, and then we're going to deserialize it. Trait manifest loaded is going to be equal to Unity engine dot JSON utility dot from JSON, and we're going to tell it that we want it to be a trait. Now assert that equals. Sorry, it looks like my stream's. How's the stream going? Anyone in the chat tell me, is the stream going all right? It seems like I'm not seeing any dropped frames, but on Twitch the bitrate looks like it's having a little bit of an issue. It could be Twitch though. People were saying Twitch was having issues earlier. Yeah, let me know. I'm curious if I need to do anything on my end. This way. Then what am I doing? Compare them. Assert they are not the same. So it's gonna ensure me that they're not the same object. That the loading actually created a new thing. But we also want to assert that they are equal. So it's giving me confidence that it loaded it up and that comparing them together gives me that when I load it, it's the same object as before. All right, so it fails here. And it's failing on my deep compare. It's failing on my deep compare, which is interesting. So my guess is that when I go to load it, let's go look at my manifest real quick. This is good though, so I find this out right now. My guess is when I'm going to load it, my dictionary is potentially missing keys. For some reason, it's missing keys. My trait value, it's because of the following. My trait value is not serializable. So when it went to serialize it, the trait values didn't get serialized in there, and so they weren't included. And so I need to tell, okay, well, how do you serialize a trait value? Using Unity engine. All right, and the way we serialize it, we just say, okay, well, the value is serializable, and each one of these fields is also serializable. Okay, so we're gonna serialize the value, the trait, the min, and the max. So that's how we're gonna test, because otherwise I'd have no idea whether or not it was gonna work until it failed when I run my program. And now I know, now I have confidence that my manifest is serializing. Sweet. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a commit here. I just implemented my traits. All right, so I implemented my trait. Let's do a quick check. Let's see if anything's crazy here. Format my documents. I got an extra white space here at the top. I don't need that. Extra white space at the top. That's interesting. I must have hit enter when I started working on it. Let's run my formatter on each one of these. Make sure I'm consistent. And let's take a look in here as well. I'm a little worried that I didn't hear from anyone that my stream's running all right. So I don't know if my stream's going, but we'll see. We'll see here. The bitrate, so we're gonna close all of this. We are gonna add in our traits. enemy didn't get test, and we added in our test. Okay. And our enemy was sort of separate. Right, so feat, implement trait in the game. Each trait has a trait value, which provides a min, max, and value. Okay, so we got our trait set up that way. And the naming might not be perfect, but I'm pretty happy with it. All right, so we added traits in. Next is we sort of want to add these to our player character. So the idea now is character needs to have an has trait. Okay. It's going to have an has trait. An enemy is going to have an has traits as well. All right, so has traits and has enemy like this. And so my idea is that there's sort of like a combat entity. You can be in combat, and if you're in combat, you need abilities and traits, and then probably something else. You know, you have like an combat thing, which is like an attack or a defend, the different options you can take in combat. All right, everyone, I am going to take a quick break here since the last break. So I'm going to take another break. I'm going to be going for another hour and a half at least. So we're going to be going until 10 o'clock my time. I'm going to go ahead and pause here, take a quick break, enjoy the sweet lo-fi jams, and I'll be back shortly. My dog is very sad. I'm coming back. My dog is very sad that I'm streaming. He wants to play. Oh, hi, buddy. You want to say hi to the nice people? You want to say hi to the nice people? He doesn't want to say hi. He wants me to stop streaming. You want to say hi to the nice people? Hi, stream. Hi, stream. Oh my god. Why you got me on camera, Dad? No. That's his whiny yawn. He's very sad that I'm streaming. But he says hello. Hi. Hi. He doesn't like that I'm in my room with the door shut. He would much prefer I be outside this room playing with him. But he says hello. I say hello. Hey, buddy. So we got the door shut now, but we got ourselves some Earl Grey tea. Didn't get more coffee. I've already had 2 cups of coffee today. So we've got Earl Grey tea, which is a little, still plenty of caffeine. Not as much, and it's not as rough on your stomach as coffee. I love me some Earl Grey or some green tea. I also like chamomile. We gotta keep those throat cords, the throatal cords lubricated. All right, so where were we? We just added in a. Oh, you want out? You want out now? There you go, buddy. We just added in. We just finished writing our trait manifest. So the idea is we wanted our characters to be able to have hit points and stamina, and we might also use this to add in like defense, like a base defense sort of thing. So the base defense might sort of start at 0 and have sort of like a max, but that one would be like, if it's a value that has like a set value, the min, max, and current. Yeah. So now I sort of going to implement I has traits, and it's going to yell at me here saying, oh, hey, a character. You just said, all right, so what I did was in my I character, I said my abilities, it has traits. This now is going to be sort of an issue where it says, okay, with those 2 things, now I have my player character class down here. It's saying that I need to have traits on this guy now. And so we're going to add in that. We're going to implement the, excuse me. I'm going to implement that interface. I'm going to have me implement it explicitly for some reason. Oh, geez. Hang on. Oh, that's what's going on. I can't figure out because I've implemented some of it already. Where's the not? There we go. So it has traits. So this tells me that I need to have sort of a hash, have traits on this. And so let's make this public instead of implemented it this way. I think, which tells me I'm gonna have to serialize my player as well. So my players are only identical if their traits are identical. So this will be nice this will be a nice little test here. So a character is gonna have traits, have level. Got a little itch here. I'm not picking my ear. I have these. I notice I'm going like this on stream. It looks like I'm picking my ear. I have these headphones. Check out these cool headphones, by the way. Sorry, I'm gonna get distracted here just for a minute. Not a sponsor by any means. These are called Streams or Aftershocks. Aftershocks. They're essentially speakerless. I don't know if speakers. They're bone conductive. There's no speaker on them, and they don't go in your ear. They don't go in your ear. They rest essentially on the side of your ear. It doesn't go in your ear. So I can still hear. If someone wanted to talk to me, I could still talk to the person, no problem. But it essentially rests on your jawbone a little bit, and it's bone conductive. So it works similar to how hearing aids, where it's hearing aids, they rest on like your skull a little bit, but this rests on my jawbone right here. And the vibrations actually cause you to hear it. I think it's super cool. Anyway, so I wasn't jamming my finger in my ear. I know that looked gross for a second. I was actually rubbing underneath this here. Getting a little itchy. All right. We're back here. Really, really cool headphones. They're called Shocks. Not a sponsor or anything like that. I have no sponsors, just me, just myself.
Oh, I missed someone. Jerry Ox. I think Jerry Ox, thank you for the follow 20 minutes ago. I appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Yeah, they're called open shocks. They say aftershocks. Let's see. Shocks. Yeah, shocks. They're super cool. They're essentially meant for like if you're a runner. So if you're an audiophile, you probably wouldn't like them. I don't notice that big of a difference as far as audio goes, but they're not like superior headphones for hearing audio. They're essentially if you're like riding a bike out running outside, you can still hear traffic. That's the biggest thing. Or if you're like me, earbuds hurt my ears. I don't like having the earbuds in, but I love these things. They're really, really cool. Yeah, so the music the music that's coming through the computer right now is going through it. I'm listening to the music right now. I listen to music all day on these, actually, and it's great because you can still have a conversation with a person. I absolutely love them. Maybe I should get a sponsor. Hang on, if you're gonna buy some, if you're gonna buy some, maybe I should be a sponsor. Maybe I should figure out if I can get a sponsor link. I'm just kidding. If you want to buy some, you should. I think they're awesome. I bought 3 pairs of them. I have these. I love them so much. I bought a pair for my girlfriend, and I bought a pair. I actually bought 2 pairs for my girlfriend because one was they come in 2 sizes, and the first one was like too big, so I bought her a second pair that's smaller. And now I have 2. One of them's waterproof, and one of them's not. And the waterproof one doesn't have Bluetooth. You download. It's like an MP3 player. You download music onto it. And so you can like use it while you're swimming underwater or something. I think they're awesome. I haven't noticed any real sound degradation at all. I love using them to talk on the phone. So like when I take my dog for a walk, I call my dad or my mom on the phone and talk with them. And it's awesome. I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, if they have an affiliate link, Shocks affiliate program. I love them so much. Maybe I should be Shocks headphone here. This is their UK. Do they have one of these for not UK? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they have one if you're in the UK. 5% average commission earned bigger together. That's funny. Maybe I'll look into it. I love them so much. I can't recommend them enough. So not a sponsorship or anything, but I'll take a look. At some point I might do that. I don't want people to think I'm shilling as the thing because I love them. They're awesome. But maybe I will. I'm not trying to make any money. That's the thing. I'm not really trying to make any money here. Making money unless I'm gonna make enough money to do something important with it. Okay. Yeah. So my player here, my traits, needs a trait manifest. So we're gonna do this initialize fields. COPL. I'm not sure what that is. The headphone seems cool. Yeah, they're super cool. I actually saw them. I got caught up in it. I was like, oh, that looks really cool. I had to check them out, and I love them. Okay, so a player character is now going to take in a traits manifest. And if that's null, there we go. And we're just going to make that we'll just make this a get private set. Get private set. And we'll say that we are a serializable like this. That's interesting. My player's equipment. interesting. Oh, it's because it's an iEquipment manifest. That's right. So it's an interface. I could probably totally simplify the serialization that they're only equal if their traits are equal. So if you have two characters that way, and then we're also going to combine their traits here like this. Nice. Create character. Okay, so we have to have a default trait. So do traits, trait manifest, manifest. New, so the starting character. I'm realizing, yeah. Abilities manifest. The character's trait health is going to be 25, and their default stamina is going to be 10. And let's go ahead and import this namespace. Oh, naming your I hate this. Basically, I have this namespace called trait, and then the class is called trait, and so then I have to do trait.trait because the namespace and the class are the same. Damn. So the namespace, okay. So let's come over to my trait namespace. I really think this should be under this idea of like an entity. All right, can I rename a namespace? I cannot. Oh, maybe I can. It's okay, maybe I can. My setup. All right, this is complaining that I don't have default values. Trait manifest. I want to have a default value here. So public, private. We'll make this private. Private, static. Dictionary. Yeah, dictionary from trait to trait to trait value. It's going to be our default traits. So rather than setting them to 0, we'll have some default traits just to make it easier to construct these things. And we can have a trait. If you can construct a trait manifest, it'll just give you the default values in there. So we'll make it this way. And we want to have a static constructor. Static constructor here. Static trait manifest. And the default traits, we're going to add in for trait dot health, comma 25, and then our stamina, like that. And if it doesn't contain the T, then we look it up actually in our hit a new trait value like this. And it's going to take in the trait that we're doing, but it's going to look it up in our default trait and steal the max out of that one. And we should probably do the following. Max and s dot default traits t dot value. Okay. So if it doesn't exist, it'll automatically just give us the default value. This is our default. And in our player character now, I can do the following. I'm going to make a static. Where are static things supposed to go? I suspect in our constructor, there's probably supposed to go down here at the end. I kind of like static things being first, but we'll find out. Public static one. In fact, this will be a static property. Oh, look here. What is the suggested? C# suggested order of static. It says in class, anything occurs immediately. Oh, it's not the order of when it happens. The order matters. All right. Not going to worry too much about this. What I want is to have a public static trait manifest default. And default's just going to go to new trait manifest. So this is how you get a default manifest. So now here in these, I can do trait manifest.default. And we'll use the namespace like that. All right, so each one of these, we can just give it the default. This character now, I need to get some manifests in there. And we will import that. How do we do? A little better. Let's run our tests. Our player character test fails. Our equality. It's telling me. All right, so more specific. Let's look at this error more closely. There's a null reference exception. So something's null in here during an equality check. And so in our tests, we can sort of look at the line numbers here. It looks like line 73 of player character tests. Player character tests. Line 73. So we were able to do equals here, but in our character.identical, that's interesting. We do the equality check, which is causing line 107 of our. Sure, it's saying that other doesn't have a trait. That other is null. Gentinius. Good question. Good question. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. The prototype is I'm exploring how you would implement different components of an RPG game. So specifically, I'm trying to build a classic, like 1980s, 1990s text-based role-playing game that has a graphical user interface. So I'm trying to keep what's separate is like the model for all the data and the controller separate, but how would you go about implementing the different components? And my game isn't running right now. There's a bug, but the different components that I'm doing, my ultimate goal is I'm building a project for my students to complete here. And so I want to understand how to do it so that way I can write a project for my students to complete. And so we're sort of breaking it down, like what are the things that I need? I want to have a dice rolling system. So we have like a dice notation. How do I implement dice notation? We need to be able to create characters. So I have like sort of ability scores associated with them. So what does the character creation process look like? What, how do we get those scores? How do we generate those? How do we do, so like we have this character creation place. So it's prototyping the different pieces. We can create a shop. So how do we create something where we can buy things, sell things? We have an equipment system going. And so today, and probably this week, the next several days, I'm going to be working on a combat system that we can implement. So for example, if I want to buy some items, I can do that. How do I prototype the different components of an RPG? Did that answer your question, Gentinius? It's a great question. So yeah, so like the idea is we don't want to just jump in and try and build an RPG, right? In most cases, you don't want to just jump in and build a game. You want to figure out what are your requirements, what are your specifications, and break it down so you understand it a little bit. And then at that point, hopefully you know enough to say, okay, well now I know my actual requirements and this is how I can define my interfaces, define the things so that my game will run smoother. You have your requirements from end to end, your implementation will be a lot more straightforward. So like, what do you want your equipment system to be capable of? It's important for your, to understand how your equipment system is going to work and then play around with it. And now it's like, okay, now I have that equipment system. What components of that do I like? What do I not like? How do I want to go about that? And I could ramble. I keep rambling. I'm a rambler. All right, so we're going to debug this. We have a bug here. Yeah, totally. So I said earlier this morning when I started streaming, I was like, man, I know so much more. I feel like such a better programmer than I did previously. We're gonna put a breakpoint here in our test because I want to be able to observe, well, what is null? My guess is it's either other or traits. I don't know. It's very interesting, but I want to look at what is null. We have a null exception. The only thing I can think is that other dot is null. Let's run this test again just to make sure if we're going on here. Yeah, we have a null reference exception. So we're going to attach the debugger. Welcome back, Atlas. What's up, good? What's good, my dudes? Everything's good. We are working on some unit tests, but welcome back. So nice to see you again. It's nice to have you. Thank you for all your suggestions. Thank you for all your suggestions. I'm loving them. I'm loving them. So we're going to debug this here. Luckily, check this out. I have this equality test, so now I know that I broke something without having to run my game and find it. Gentinius, I'm not sure how far we're going to take it. I think the most honest answer to that question is that would be awesome. I think the most honest answer to that question is that would be awesome. That wasn't originally part of my original scope, but so far, pretty much very little in here. I've gone very little is part of my original scope, and so that's cool. But the answer is that would be awesome. I would love to. All right. Other is null. This is crazy to me that other is null here. All right, so let's keep running here. Other is null. So in our test, all right, so let's go up to our test then. In our player character, null? This is wild. This is just wild to me. It's found on line 73. All right, so we're gonna stop here. We're gonna look at what character identical looks like here. Let's run this one test. Character identical. The character identical is not null. It has a value. If I step over, I fail though. This is the most peculiar bug I've seen on this project so far. Wow. Player character. So we're gonna come into this equality check, and other is null. This is C sharp. This is C sharp. Good question. Abilities, don't need this one here. What a weird bug. Here, we'll stop here too. Okay. Let's try this test again. Let's character diff. That makes sense. I'll click continue. We end up in equality. Oh, OBJ. All right, let's, if I click this, does that, yeah, cause it to restart. Good question, Atlas. I am trying to get, so my player character, yeah, good. That's, you can. So it turns out, you know, C sharp is just text. So VS Code, you can do anything, anything in it. Getting the right tool set up is important. I'm a teacher. I think you knew that, Gentinius. I'm a teacher, and so I have students who use different platforms: Windows, Linux, and Mac. And Visual Studio is sort of Windows only. There's like a different version for Mac. It's not actually the same. I can help them and give them using it. Smab, have a beautiful day, my friend. Enjoy your walk. I hope to see you again soon. Atlas, so we were making a trait manifest. All right. So we set up this trait manifest. So we have our traits and then our trait values. And then we have a I has trait. All right. So the idea is we want to be able to, things in combat need to have traits and attributes. So I have this interface called I has traits. And I've added that to my player character. All right. So I added an I character. So I'm specifying that my characters have to have traits now. All right, so I've gone through and added traits to my character, my player character class. Now has traits and it accepts a trait manifest. The problem that I'm running into is characters now, I want them when they're to check equality, when you're checking to see if two player characters are the same, we want to check that their traits are identical. All right, so their traits must match now. And by adding that in here, I've introduced my player test now fails. So we're going through this process here to be able to debug it. Okay, so I'm trying to debug. I need to understand, well, is this thing, I'm getting what's called a null reference exception, so something's not set properly. And so we're trying to figure out where that is. And I know my test equality is failing, so we can come in here. If I click continue, pause is here. If I step over, all right, other is something here. Traits is null. Okay, so this is what I thought. I was thinking traits would be null, and this is fascinating to me. All right, so I think what's happening. Yeah. I didn't, even though I'm accepting this, I never actually initialize it. So I need to do my traits equals traits. So my test saved me here. My test saved me saying, oh, by the way, your test now fails. Even though you thought you wired everything up properly, my test caught me. And hopefully now that was all I need to do is set my trait there. Oh, click continue. Yeah, it looks like my equality test check now passes. Okay. What's interesting is in my, what I need to do, this tells me that in my player character, right, so good to know that I am a little bit, all right, let's run all my tests now. I thought I disabled, here, let's reconnect. Yeah, serialization passes, equality passes, boom. All right, tests win. And saved me there. Okay, my test saved me. This is why you want to write tests. You never know when they're gonna save you. And they just saved me. They end up saving you tons of time in the long run. They really do. They can feel really annoying to be right in the moment. And you're like, well, I'm just gonna write, I don't need to write tests, I'm just gonna write my code correct the first time. Well, turns out code is complex. All right, so we have, our player character now has traits, okay. And what I want to do, so what I want to be able to test now is I want to attach my player to this scene. So I'm gonna add a character, a player controller object in here. So this is gonna be I'm gonna try Jorhodo, Jorhodo. I think it's Jorhodo. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But Jorhodo, welcome aboard. Happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you for the follow. So nice to have you here. An Immortal Kid says, code is hard. Good morning, my friend. An Immortal Kid and I go way back. Known Immortal Kid. We went to college together. We were undergrad together. But an Immortal Kid, hello. Nice to see you this morning. Thank you for the let me say, no, I can pronounce it any way I want. I'm gonna call it Jorhodo. I might just call you Jor. If you don't want me to call you Jor, let me know. Jorhodo though. So this is gonna be our player controller, our player character controller. And we'll add in a character controller to it. And we're gonna say load the character. So we have this nice little thing that says load the character from the database. And what we need to do now is sort of attach various things to our player information. And so this, I'm smelling a like a character info, character combat, or like entity information prefab or object of some sort here. And so my player status, I'm gonna create a component called my player status renderer. So this is gonna be in my UI. We're gonna add a new script here in, if I can click. I gotta get better at clicking. All right, so in my scripts, in my UI, this is under combat essentially, but I'm gonna go with entity. And we're gonna go with our entity. Gonna create a script in here that's gonna be our trait manifest or our combat. So terrible at naming. Naming is like the thing I'm worst at. All right, so the idea is it's going to render the traits that we want to see during combat. So I'm calling it my combat trait manifest renderer. Because my thought is, really? All right, here we go. We're gonna trait manifest renderer. That's all it really needs to be, is a trait manifest renderer. All right, so it's a trait manifest renderer. It's in namespace. Adventure quest, and your ability to name things well, because I am horrifically bad at it. I think that's one of the things I'm worst at in life, just in general. Okay, so this is going to have on it, our renderer needs to watch trait manifest renderer. So it needs to be able to render. So it's going to have a public void render, a trait manifest. Okay, like this. Okay. What's interesting here is I can't decide if I do it this way. I don't have to do that import. So I'm not sure if I want to do it that way or not. But our trait manifest, thing's gonna know how to render a trait manifest. As well. All right, so this is so I have a trait manifest renderer. Hang on, I've done a terrible thing here. Put this in the wrong file. We're gonna delete that. All right, rebuild. You got a trait manifest renderer, and I need a trait value renderer as well. So a trait value renderer needs to know how to render itself. So we're going to create a value renderer. All right, so trait value renderers sort of know how to render themselves as well. And trait, to be a trait value renderer. And this is going to know how to trait value. Okay. And the idea is that each one of these bars has a trait value renderer on it. And the trait manifest renderer searches all of its children when it starts. It says, find all the renderers underneath me, and I'm just going to propagate that information to you when my trait manifest gets changed, when my trait manifest updates. And in fact, I might not even care about that. I might only care about the trait values updating. So trait values are sort of like these observable things. The orange thing, I'm not sure. This line here, that's our stamina bar, I think, or I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, or you're talking about the orange bar here. My trait. Yeah, good question. So the manifest renderer is gonna work in this way. So our manifest renderer also has a public void render has traits, and this is gonna forward to our render with our has traits.traits. Okay. So I know it's a little bit strange, but anything that has traits will be able to render. And so it turns out, this was the whole point of adding this to our player character. Here's the cool thing. Our character is an I character. Jorhodo, this is a great question. Our character has traits. Okay. And so what we can do is our player character controller can notify elements on our screen. So my idea here, and let me come into my, I need to make this, this thing here, my health bar. All right, this is gonna have on it a trait value renderer. Okay, it's gonna have a trait value rest renderer on it. All right, so this thing has a trait manifest renderer. Either that or my player info. I'm not 100% sure, but I think my player status wants to have that. And my player changes. My player status will render. So anytime my player changes, it says re-render yourself. So this is actually like when the scene loads, it loads that player and it's going to change that character. And so what I'm going to do, what I'm planning to do, is my trait values are going to be observable. Changes, it can notify whatever's rendering it that, hey, I changed, you should update yourself right now. And I have a feeling that my current player character here, we just added traits, so I'm going to have to go through the character creation process again, but or enable reinitialize, but my character is not going to be initialized properly here in a moment. But yeah, my player status is a trait manifest renderer on it. And so a trait manifest renderer, did I answer your question, Jorhodo? Good. This is an excellent question. My trait manifest renderer needs to go find all of the children inside of it. And basically when it renders a manifest, it propagates it down to the children. Right. So this thing is going to have a private array of trait value renders, children, call this renderers. Okay. And when we initialize protected void awake, when we wake up, when this thing first comes into existence, and it looks like maybe my internet's unstable. I've been having a little bit of issue. Plan, my service provider, I have a new plan, and that seems to be causing you. So yeah, I think it was my end. Although someone was also saying that my stream's been fine on YouTube. Some people are saying on YouTube it's been fine, but on Twitch it's been twitchy. So it is my end. I think so. I'm having issues with my ISP a little bit. Let's check this out real quick. See, this should be mostly fine. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here, but my upload speed seems fine. It's something on my end though. Something on my end. So I apologize. Sorry about that. Yeah, OBS. So OBS earlier was having issues. Yeah, the VOD should be fine. The VOD should be fine though. Awake. So when we wake up, we're gonna find all of our children that are of this type. So we're gonna do get components. And it says go find any trait value renderers inside of this thing. And we're gonna say that renderers equals. Would it be possible to generate art for the game using AI? That's what I've done. So all of the art is essentially AI generated. I'm using DALL-E. But what would be, I think it would be cool to make it so that like the art and stuff, playing around with OpenAI. So this is super cool. I've been playing around with OpenAI. I'm gonna get distracted here for a minute. I'll I'll just show you their API. Let me log in real quick. I have this idea. I have this idea for making a game that, like, if you define your engine well, right? So if we define our engine well, we could do the font. I have this idea that I could define stuff in the font way. So check this out. I have this idea. It says, okay, at the start of the game, it will randomly generate like locations and adventures for you. All right, so randomly generate. So I have this idea here. It says like, generate a set of 100 weapons in JSON. Each weapon should have name, string, 100 weapons for a fantasy role-playing game. Attack, string in dice notation, gold, cost, int. Let's go down to 10 because 100 is going to be crazy. We'll generate 5 weapons. So I have this idea for a game that the game at the very, very beginning of the game, it randomly generates all of the new equipment for you. You could have some special rules for how it does it, but this is really cool. It's like, okay, so if I can set up my game where it like loads these from JSON, yeah, dice notation. So I have this idea of how I could generate a game similar. You could do the same thing like for locations and enemies, as long as you have all the definitions down this way. Oh, another one would be, all right, so even better, watch, check it out. For a codex. Yeah, Jorhodo, that's exactly right. How do we make it balanced? That's a good question. So I have like this interesting, servers loaded. But it even has like custom names. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right. Value a little bit, massaging that value a bit. But I've been using it. So I have some crazy ideas for like a really random generated game. Atlas, I'm so sorry you're lost. I'm so sorry you're lost. You could do it. Yeah, we're watching the future, Atlas. That's right. Welcome to the future, my friends, where anything is possible and humans don't create anything. All right, so we're gonna find all following. It needs to know what trait, so we're gonna add a public trait to it. Like this. Chicka wow wow. Welcome back, my friend. It's going, our primary goal is to eventually finish the combat systems. The combat systems that we're working on. To do that, we're trying to get our health, stamina, and elements rendering properly for us. So yeah, we're playing around with that. Stream's having a little bit of an issue, so I apologize if it's cutting in and out. So render here is gonna do something for us, and part of me thinks this should just be like a virtual thing. So it's a value renderer, but specifically, I want a like bar. Well, maybe these all have it. So, yeah. We're gonna have a max. Yeah. There's. It's fine for me right now, but there's some really old geezer in the bottom right corner. Don't know, you can fix that. Yeah, I can fix that. Is that better? Can't stand looking at that ugly mug of yours. Okay, we got a render here. So to render this, we have a bar. Okay, so there's going to be a public this is going to be a private image, and this is going to be a UI image. Image bar. Can't think of a better name. Someone give me a better name than bar. Current bar. Or value bar. Value bar. Okay. Value bar like this, and value bars, we're gonna set that UI. Yeah, good point. So the bar, let me show you real quick. An immortal kid, an emo kid. It's just setting how much health we have. So if we're at 85% health, we do 85 here, and it sets it to 85 like that. So that's what the bar is. So it's like current, like value bar. It's the percentage, how full your value is. So that's what the bar is. So I think bar is a reasonable name. All right. So when we render this, all we're doing is value bar dot rect. Dot rect transform dot local scale, the scale of the object relative to the object and its parents. Oh, that makes me nervous. Is it local scale? Is that really what I want to do? How did I do it in my histogram? Histogram bar. Called it bar here too. Yeah, local scale. Okay. Rave, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Real quick, anyone who's not following Rave, has this awesome space trucking game that he's working on. You gotta check it out. You have to check it out. All right, so this is gonna be, yeah, the orange bar Atlas is gonna be the stamina. So our scale for our X is gonna be our value dot current divided by our value dot max, and we gotta cast this to a float. Okay. So when we render it, it's gonna render it that way. And then we also want to update our text. So this will be a private. We're gonna use TM Pro, using TM Pro. This is our text mesh pro here. So our text mesh pro is gonna be a private text mesh pro GUI. This is our text label. Maybe we'll just call it label like that. Not currently. It's not going to be a stat that I'm going to worry about right now. Good question. I do think that, you know, if we built this out much further, we would want to have mana, or somehow have stamina, and maybe there's this idea of energy, and your energy and stuff are sort of intertwined. I'm trying to keep it simple. We're trying not to explode it out like we've done in the past and other things. So this one's going to be text is going to be equal to, and it's going to be our trait colon, and then we're going to do our trait dot not trait. It's going to be value dot value colon value dot max. Smab, I'm done. I've finished an entire RPG. I'm finished with everything. Yeah. I'm sorry, Atlas. I'm sorry. You're welcome to hang out. I apologize that I'm trying not. I'm not intentionally trying to be confusing. I'm not intentionally trying to be confusing, so I apologize for that. But I'm sorry if you're frustrated by it. Too complex. Okay. So what I've done on this prefab, so for my health bar field, these are serialized fields like that. So you got to work through it. So Atlas, it might be helpful if you're still around. It might be helpful. I do cross post my stuff on YouTube. My archive command work. Captain Coder Live. If you want to go back I've actually, you know, recorded this whole process. We're on day 13 here, but we got there's 13 other days worth of videos, 12 other days worth of videos. Might even be worth you going back if you're trying to learn how to do this stuff and watching some of those streams, or checking out my, you know, okay, thank you, Boogie, thank you, Ryan, I appreciate that. Okay, so now in our health bar here, we're gonna attach our current health and then our text info. All right, so this is our label. So we have those two things. So it should propagate down to this. And then the other ones, that's our health prefab. And then we have our stamina variant. And our stamina variant, the only difference is that we're doing the stamina trait. All right, so if we look at these now, we have a health bar, which is our health, and the stamina is our stamina. All right, and then our player so here's this like moment of truth type thing. It's gonna crash, I'm 90% sure, because our character, when it goes to reinitialize, isn't gonna have any traits on it. But let's take a look. Let's take a look and see what happens. Do I have any breakpoints set up? I hope not. No. Nothing happened. That makes me a little bit sad. All right, my player controller, we should initially manifest here. We need to go through for each of our renderers. All right, so for each of our renderers, we need to loop through all these. So we're gonna say for each renderer that we have here, child. That trait value happens to come from our manifest of our child.trait. So we just sort of forward that along. Manifest, .get. That's something I should do. Something that might be interesting to do on stream is show people how we can make our trait manifest indexable and get rid of this get. So C# allows you to make extend is sort of like an indexable type interface that would let me use square brackets here to access child.trait. So might be cool to do that on stream at some point. Yeah, there we go. And fun fact, C# one-liner, I believe. I think I can do renders.for. I can't do for each on it. Hang on. Renders.for. If I use link using system.link, renders.for. No, there's not. Select. I could do this as a one-liner here, where for each of my child, I'm gonna do. We won't do it as a one-liner. I'm not gonna do it as a one-liner. I'll take it back. This seems a little bit more reasonable. Link is usually for like transforming data. We're not gonna transform it, so we're gonna loop through, do it this way. All right, so this should propagate down in here, and I think I'm gonna get a null pointer exception. Yeah, null reference exception. Java, they're called null pointers exceptions. And this is because my player character doesn't have traits attached to it yet, because it was made before I had traits. So there's a couple options. I can go back and make a new character, or in my player character controller, I have this reinitialize option. So I think what I'm going to do here, I can't do it here because it's private. Okay. All right, so I can't do it here. What I could do Player character. I'm trying to get this in without too much trouble. All right, let's go create a new character. Let's go create a new character. So we'll go to a character creator. Character creator. All right, we need save. Yes, we're gonna make a new character. All right, character name suggestions. Get them in. Get them in while you can. We're gonna try and roll some stats here. Trying to get ourselves something not too sad. Come on, baby. Give me 90. Give me 90 points. Yeah, get those suggestions. Get name suggestions for a character in while you can. 90. Chica the Magnificent. Ooh. Ooh, the self-proclaimed Chica the Magnificent. There we go. All right, we got Chica the Magnificent. Chica. This looks like a Zlork the Mischievous. Zika the Zlork. There we go. Chica the Zlork. We're gonna create this character. All right, so now if I go to my status screen, yeah, we got Chica the Zlork. Perfect. And I hope there's a manifest attached to it. I don't have a way to check that in game yet. As far as our stats go, our status screen probably needs to have that. Let me add that to my list of to-dos real quick before I forget. To-do. I'm gonna add health plus stamina to status screen. Right, need a health stamina. All right, so now if we go to our combat scene, like this, we should get our stats in there. All right, 25, 25, 10, 10. Okay, and that tells me that my renderer didn't do. Wanted this to be a slash. Okay. All right. So now this propagates through like that, which is nice. It's not observable, so when it changes, it won't update. So I need to actually make it observable and say that, oh, well, go ahead and register yourself, and when it observes something, change it. But let's also come in here, and just to make sure it's rendering the bar properly in our character controller, we are going to set our observed characters trait. Let's get their health. Trait dot health, and we're gonna set it equal to 7, and we'll set the stamina to 2, just to see what that looks like. And oh, it's because it's not updating. It's not updating. The character's not changing. The trait's changing. The trait needs to be able to update. All right. Okay, so we got to make it observable. We got to make it observable. What I could do is I could add a little thing in there to make it sort of re-render itself. So I think what I could do. So it's not showing because it doesn't change. It's not observable yet. So let's see if we can get that in. Go to our trait value. Our trait value needs to implement iObservable of type trait value. So trait value knows how to notify of itself. Implement explicitly. Okay. And we don't need to do public like this on change. Okay, so we do this. So we have this event that says when I change, I need to notify people that I've changed. So here in our value, when we set this now, we need to say, we set this value and we do on change invoke this. So we propagate it out and say, hey, by the way, I've changed. Go ahead and observe me differently. Need to. I'm actually not even sure that these should be publicly settable. Part of me wants to make these private in that way. So this thing can notify people when it changes. Okay. And that tells us that our trait value renderer, when we go to render this thing, we need to register ourselves. When we get a trait value and we say, okay, well, we need to register ourselves on this thing if it's different than what we had in the past. So when we render this, we want to keep track of the following. Private trait value, or I'll just call it trait value, or observing. So we're gonna observe this thing. All right. And so when we go to render it, we're gonna say if observing exactly an immortal kid, the trait value render observes the trait value. So you don't have to redraw everything. You just redraw that one little chunk if that thing changes. And what's cool is we could potentially add a little animation or something. So like we'll move down or up, over, add a little tween animation to make it fill up or drain out. We need to make sure that if this thing changes, it's gonna swap out itself though. So like the short answer would be, there's a little trick to this. So the idea here would be, I'd say observing dot on change plus equals render, right? So when I go to render this thing, I'm going to register myself, and when it changes, it calls render, but this is going to end up doing some weird stuff in there. So we don't want to do that. What we say is we say if observing is not equal to value, then we register it. All right, but also if it's different, we need to remove the previous one as well. So if it's not equal to value, we also need to say if observing is not equal to null, observing dot on change minus equals, we need to remove ourselves from the thing that we were observing previously. Then we need to set ourselves to be the new thing that we're going to observe, and we add this renderer here. Okay, so part of me is like not sure that we should do a render like this. Instead, observe trait value like this. So we're going to specify that who we're observing like this. And we should probably do it this way, because it's really just a special setter. Observing value for observing. We don't have a get value for observing. It's just a set value. Exactly. So we want to follow the principle of we only want to observe one thing at a time. Or we want, and this is going to be our trait value observing. And this format real quick works this way. Say If the observing is not equal to the thing we're trying to set it to, observing is not equal to null. And after we've set our observing, we're going to go ahead and just call render on value as well. So we're just going to go ahead and render it that way. So we can render something, then we can also set something to be observed. And in this case, in our manifest, rather than just rendering, we're going to loop through these, in our child dot observing is equal to child dot it was equal to manifest dot get child dot trait. So now we're going to observe this thing. So now when the value changes, it should propagate through. All right, so when we go to render a manifest, rendering a manifest actually has the effect of setting all of our children to observe the new thing. And again, maybe this isn't a render, this should be an observer. So part of me is going, oh, well, I might need to make it, I might need to separate this out into two classes, but this seems okay-ish for now. The act of rendering it also says, oh, well, continue rendering. It's like a continuous render. It says render it, any changes that occur as well. So if all went well, and it looks like it did not all go well. Oh, you know what it is? I didn't tell it to reinitialize. So reinitialize tells me to run that code. Hey, look at that. Look at that. And just to validate, give myself a little bit of confidence, let's do the following. Let's add a little thing here that says repeating test. We're gonna write a little method here. Private void reduce traits. All right, and reduce traits is gonna do this. It's just gonna decrement these by 1, and we're gonna invoke repeating name of reduce traits. Invokes the method name in time seconds. All right, so every second we're gonna reduce it by 1 every second. Let's give it a shot. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Okay. And so now we should hopefully be able to see that they're kind of independent of each other. But every second, boom, boom. All right. All right. We're observing it. We've got our observer set up. We got our events going. It's magic. Oh no. And what's cool is in this render thing, we can actually change, okay, well, as we go down, change the color of this green if it's below some percentage, blah, 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 blah. Not that hard to modify it. But there we go. And we also now know that like our clamp is working properly as well. All right, I've been going again. This has been another hour and a half. I think I'm gonna keep going. I think I'm gonna go another hour. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna make a commit. Should I go another hour? Should I take a break? Should I hop off? This is just so much. It's too much fun. It's too much fun to not keep going. Everyone, okay. Genius thinks I should keep going. Yeah. So I'm gonna get a break. Get some coffee. Let's make a break. Let's get this committed real quick. Let's do a commit. Let's look at what we have here. Take a break, and then we're gonna come back. 24-hour stream. That's not my style. 24-hour stream is too much for me. Let's just go look at sort of all we did. We had to do with getting this all working in our combat scene. We added traits. So essentially what we did here is we added traits to player character. and connected it to our screen, to our display. All right, so yeah, added a trait man process feat, implement add I has traits to I character, as well as, all right, so this includes, all right, we want to do small commit. Our goals are to do small kits. So we're gonna nice. And Immortal Kid. And Immortal Kid's making a cool game. If you want me to plug your test yet though, right? And Immortal Kid's making an underwater platformer game. Cool. So I'll plug it later. But really cool stuff. I played it. Awesome. It's awesome. And rewrote our tests as well as our character test and our equipment test. Okay, so this commit here, this first one, add I has traits to character. Okay, and then the second thing we did was a work in progress, which was update combat scene. Really, it's going to be feat implement trait manifest renderer slash renderers is what I'm going to call this one. So that's the rest of this stuff here. And so we're going to commit that in there. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to go on break here. I don't know how long it's going to be. Probably a little longer than the last one because I've been going for 5 hours. This is one of my longer streams. Usually I do 3 to 4 hours. 5 hours here, but we're gonna pause. I'm gonna take a break here, probably at least 2 minutes, and I might come back and stretch. But yeah, I got to get myself more water, more coffee, probably another tea. Tea takes longer to brew, so it's gonna take me a little bit of time. Anyway, enjoy the sweet lo-fi, and I'll be back. All right, we are back. We are back. Yeah, this is a long stream G. I'm still here, just getting a little. We got ourselves some no caffeine tea. I'm feeling pretty awake. Delicious. It's my favorite tasting tea. I think it has some chamomile in there too, but it's like elm, eucalyptus, chamomile. Perfect for lubricating that throat. We're making a lot of progress. I'm having a lot of fun. So I'm gonna go for another hour, and then I should stop. But yeah, I'm in a zone. Immortal Kid is saying I'm in a zone. That's how I feel. We just did a commit, but we have our observer here working. So now if our character state updates, the scene just sort of knows how to update itself. So we have this little timer that we lose a hit point and take a damage every second. So now the next thing is I want to get like an enemy sort of hooked up here, and part of me feels like, okay, over on this side, enemy info, health bar. I think I should add a stamina bar in there as well, and then the enemy info can be connected as well. So this will be cool. Oh, thank you. Leave the coffee dancers on there. No, you know, we're just gonna watch the coffee dancers the whole time. Coffee dancers get going. Yeah. Well, that's steeping. Well, that's brewing. We're gonna do a little stretch. If you haven't gotten up and moved, if you're just sitting around listening, if you're working, whatever you're doing, I'm gonna encourage you to join me for a stretch right now. A nice stretch, a little stretchy stretch. So we're gonna do a little bit of another stretch. We're gonna do little rotation stretch. We're gonna do three of these, one to each side. So that's 2 here. Get that core stretching out. Right. Up and to the right, up and to the left, up and to the right, up and to the left. One last one, up and to the right, and up and to the left. Now we're gonna go low. We're gonna go low. You're not gonna be able to see me, I don't think. I'll step back a little bit. You're gonna load down and to the right, down and to the left, down into the last one, down to the right, and down and to the left. All right. Get that blood flowing a little bit. Let's do some shoulder rolls as well. Start going back. 3 on each side, 3 to the back, 3 forward. On the left, 3 back, and 3 forward. Just get that blood flow. Try and keep our bodies from collapsing, falling apart on us. But here we go. We're gonna dig back in now. Oh, that felt good. That felt good. Let's open up VS Code here. I want to get an enemy. Let's get an enemy here. I'm going to add to my to-do list. Something that I want to add to my to-do list is we have this character inspector that we can attach here. I can attach my character, observable character here. When I'm in my scene, I want to trait manifest to this in character inspector. So what I should probably do is have a trait manifest inspector as well. Have trait manifest, inventory, equipment manifest, and inventory inspector. So write inspectors for each of these would be nice, so that I can play around with these values. And I'm thinking, what do people think? So an icombatant is something that is capable of combat. All right, so a player character happens to be an icombatant. And then anything you might want to fight in the combat simulator, in the combat system, is combatant. All right, so in this case, yeah, so like if our I player, our player character, or our I character. We can get rid of these and we can actually say, oh, this is an I combatant. All right. And I think because we had those things implemented down below, it's happy to let that propagate through. All right, so we have an I combatant. And then I can actually create an enemy. All right, so what does our combatant need to be able to do? Our combatant sort of needs to have a build like an I combatant can attack another thing. So there's an attack, and I'm gonna create an I attack result. Okay, so and maybe this shouldn't be an entity, but should be in like adventurequest.combat. I'm not sure. It's something that I attack results like this, and we'll figure out what I attack result needs, but it sort of like needs to tell us whether or not we were a hit, we were a miss, and like have a little description of what happened. So for sure we have a I combatant. Combat. And is it combatant or combatant? Now, the word looks so weird to me. Combatant. Combatant. Yeah, that is. Combat ant. Yeah, I'm a combat ant. Sometimes words just start looking weird. This is gonna be attacker. And then an I combatant defender. So you have an attacker, you have a defender. Okay, so we need to be able to do an attack, do a defense, but our I combatant attack is going to have an I attack result. Okay. You got to get Unity to compile that for us. I character, interesting. Oh, because we have an attack now. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna have an attack. A combatant needs to have a defense value. Public int defense. All right, so we can get a defense from them. We need to be able to get a public a combatant when we attack someone. I think defense might be all we need for now. Okay, so on our I character, remaining members explicitly. Still under 200 lines of code here in our player. I'm liking that. Defense. Gonna have a get. We'll make this a public int defense. Now we can return 0. We're gonna loop through all of our equipment and get the value out that way. Let's look for not implemented, not, and then attack. All right, so we'll have to figure out what attack does. Okay. This is where regions might also help. Public. So we can do regions. Sorry. I don't normally do regions, but it goes. So this would be a region. I combatant implementation. All right, we can do a region like that. And this allows us to sort of collapse it up and down here. Basically, this is like some metadata for your IDE. So we have a defense and an attack. For now, it's going to be not implemented. And we're probably going to actually have this implementation sort of be outside somewhere. I'm not 100% sure, but our defense. So when we do an attack, we're going to get the defense. We have abilities, we have traits, and a defense value that we can calculate. And then the attack can actually sort of update all of that information. Okay, cool. I think this is all we sort of need to have a very, very basic attack. All right, so in our player character, to get the defense, we're going to be a little lazy about this right now. I'm thinking, okay, well, every time you get defense, you have to calculate this. That's fine. We could do something where only the defense gets calculated only when the equipment changes, but that's a premature optimization. I don't think this is fun. I think this will be fine. So we have an equipment. We can get all of the things that we have equipped. And we get the values. All right. And then, so we're looking for armor. So that's going to be a list of armor. Equipped armor. Let's import armor here. We want to go through all of these values. And let's use link here to do this for us. System.link. So values is all of the equipment that we have equipped. We only want equipment where. All right. So equipment, equipped values, where. Equipable. So we're gonna check, equipable is armor dot toList. What does it say? Can I convert? Oh, and then we have to cast it. All right. Then dot select equipable. I actually think I can to cast it. It's gonna tell me I can't cast it. Cannot convert. All right, so we only want things that are armor. Just to make sure here that this is the thing it's complaining about. All right. Does VS Code have a quick way to jump between open files? Yeah, Control Tab. Control Tab, any file you have open will show up there at the top. By default, if you're on Windows, Control Tab. I think it's Command Tab on Mac. Or are you asking that you want to search? Is that what you're asking, right? Or I think you're actually asking, can I do a search in open files? So I think the search manager here, settings, files to include. You can tell it to include specific files. Search manager, or in your search thing, click this little button here. This will force it to only search files that are currently open. And to get there was this little hamburger, this little dot menu here. All right. So it won't let me cast it that way. Dot select. All right, so once we have things that is armor, can I do this? Okay, so here's how we do it. We loop through all of our armor. So we iterate through all of our equipment. So we get all the things that we have equipped. We filter them so we only get our armors. We cast them to armor. So we know for sure that we only have armor. So we cast them here. And then we're going to sum them up. So this is going to end up being our defense value. So then we can do a sum. And sum happens to be armor goes to armor dot defense. So it's going to be the sum here. So really our get is this. So get armor and sum up the defensive value of our armor. So any armor we're in will give us our defensive value. All right, so a combatant has a defensive value. Cool. What do people think code-wise? Smab, if you're around, you have a good taste for what looks and feels good. Would you do it, even though it's one line return here for the equip? Would you do it as a return like this? And someone else give me a suggestion. I don't know if I like this here as a return or if it looks cleaner. Let's look what it looks like here. Does it look cleaner like this? I think I hate this. I think I hate it this way as the one, you know, technically it's a one-liner, but I kind of hate that it sort of like bleeds over that way. Is it because it's tabbed out? Yeah, I think I hate that. I think I like this better. Okay. I'd be curious what people think looks better or feels better. I know it's technically a one-liner, but it's sort of doing a lot. What do I want my students to do? My students are going to write a for loop. My students will write a for loop. No, I don't know. My students probably aren't going to get this far. In my project, I'll probably explain it this way. They're both equally difficult to debug. They're just syntactic sugar for the other one. They're equally difficult to debug. This is hard to debug. If I wanted to, well, I guess technically this one's a little bit easier to debug because I don't have to, if I need to debug it, I'm going to have to break it out into this get anyway. I like this get better because it's more obvious that a lot more is going on than a simple like calculation. Yeah, so I think this is a better way to do it than maybe otherwise. Okay. And then our attack, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna implement a default public static class combatant defaults. I have an idea. Virtual. Does Unity let me have default implementations in interfaces? It does. All right, so we're gonna have a default implementation with this interface. All right, so we're gonna say that you can override it, but there's a default implementation, and the default implementation works this way. The default implementation hang on. Yeah, so if I do it this way, I want to do one more thing. Public ability roll attack. All right, so we gotta add dice here. attack roll. Okay, so now in our player character, we're going to implement our attack roll. And this is going to say if we happen to have a weapon. All right. So equipment dot equipped dot values dot first or default. First or default, equipable is weapon. All right, so equipable. No. Using our dice, using our oops. There's the typo. There was a whole conversation of equipable feels like it should have 2 P's, but technically the word equipable has 1 P in it. Oh my goodness. I probably should have just had it have 2 P's. All right, so we're gonna get the first or default, and the default is gonna be weapon. So equipable. I'm gonna cast it to a weapon. Ryan, nobody says, and I quote, I am not a wordologist. I am not get the attack. What is the damage roll? Damage roll. And we're gonna return that. All right, so we're gonna return the damage roll that our weapon does. Otherwise, our attack roll is going to be a default. So otherwise, we're going to get a ability roll dot parse 1d4 plus our strength. Hang on. It's going to be new ability roll. Take some rollable. All right. 1d4 plus our ability dot strength. All right, so if we have no weapon equipped, it's 1d4 plus strength. Otherwise, it is the weapon we have. All right, so with that, we can have a default attack. You can override this, so our enemy or something, a different type of combatant might override this, but our default implementation, default implementation, interesting. How do I want damage to work? So like when we attack, we need to have a chance to hit. Yeah, so this is an interesting thought to have. We sort of have like an armor class type thing, defense. So there's like a dodge that can type happen. All right, we are going to. So what's cool is we do have abilities. So we can do things like this, ability.dexterity. Dexterity is how good at you are at attacking, whereas agility is how good at like you're defending. So dexterous is like you're nimble with your fingers and hands. Agility is like how fast you can move. So dexterity is sort of like how good you're at like using stuff, and agility is how quickly you can move your body. So we got to do something with dexterity and agility. So it's sort of like the combatant. So it's going to be this. All right. So we have our attacker and our defender. And so our attacker is going to do a roll. All right, so we're going to have an ability roll. We're going to parse in a 1d20 plus ability.dexterity. All right, so we're going to roll a d20. And we're going to go up against, so this is going to be dot roll. Should give us back an int, yeah. Oh, we have to pass in our abilities. Yeah, that makes sense. So this would be this dot ability. Attacker attack results. All right, so this is our attack results. And then our dodge results. So we'll call this our aim results. And our ability roll. So we're gonna parse in a 1d20 plus ability dot agility dot roll. And this is gonna be the other dot abilities. All right, so this is sort of like you're gonna try to attack. Each person rolls, and you sort of whoever has the best roll wins that. Wins that. So then we're gonna say if our dodge is greater than our aim, so the attacker wins ties. That's what we've decided here. The attacker wins ties. All right. Our attack result is sort of gonna. So our attack result, we're gonna have sort of a public string description. All right, so this is gonna sort of tell us what happened. And I don't know if I need an interface for this. Instead, I'm gonna start this as a class. Attack results. Careful here. Let's rename this using our refactor option. So we have our attack result this way. Okay. Build for me, please. All right. So it's not exactly Dungeons and Dragons, but it's Dungeons and Dragons-esque. So you could potentially have, your agility is going to determine whether or not you get it, and then your armor is going to determine how much damage you actually take. Okay. So if you have really, really good defense, sometimes you just can't get hurt. Sometimes you just can't get hurt. So to construct one of these, I have a public attack result. I combatant attacker, I combatant defender, and string result. And so we will have just attacker equals attacker, defender equals defender, result equals, description equals result, and I'm going to rename that to description. Okay. And so if this is the case, we're going to return attack result, new attack results, the other. All right, so this should be this, other, and a description here. So description. And our description is going to be, so we kind of need a name, right? So something that we got to have on this would be a public string name. And so we're going to say that, and I can sort of build this as we go. I'm going to use a string builder here. Using system.text string builder builder. I don't need to have that like that. We're going to say description. I really think I like the word result a little bit better. I'm gonna go with result. See if I like that. Anyone have suggestions on that name? This is just sort of like the description. All right, so we start out here, we say result.append, and it's gonna say, you know, name attacks other. Result.append. They, you know, so not other, it's gonna be other attack. Okay. And then we return that result. All right, so we can like sort of build it up from the top as we go from top to bottom. Yeah, so report outcome description. Yeah, so I've called it a description. Here it's the description. Outcome. We'll just call it description. I think that's fine. In the case, then we have to calculate damage. So right here we'll say description and append. Name connects. So we almost need like, you know, the weapon and stuff that they're using as well. So it's like, so when I do attacks, I say so-and-so attacks with, and then we'll say what they use, maybe have some pronoun stuff in here. We're not going to get too crazy about it just yet, but names attack connects, and then we're going to calculate the damage. So this is going to be like damage. And so this will be the all right, so we're going to determine how much damage is done. Like this, but it's going to be minus other.defense. And then we're going to clamp it down. So math.clamp. Or at math.max. We can't have a minimum. So we're going to say at least no less than 0. Or I suppose we could do this and we'll say the following. We say if damage is less than or equal to 0, I'm going to add in a description. Other.name. Name, so-and-so absorbed the blow and taking no damage. All right, so you can absorb the blow, and then we'll return. All right, we don't need to return there. Else, don't forget the new line. New line. New line. There a description. Add line, add. No, that's okay though. It absorbs the blow, taking no damage. Part of me doesn't want to use a string builder anymore. We're going to keep going here with the string builder. I'm going to change this to a list actually. All right. Using system.collection.generic. I think it makes more sense to use a list. So list string, and these are outcomes. It's gonna be outcomes.add. Outcome.add. And the reason I want to do this is right here, I'm just gonna do a join on it. So we'll do a string.join new line on outcomes. All right, outcomes dot add. What's kind of, I don't know, nice about this is it sort of gives a little bit of comment and description of what's happening under the hood inside here. And so we're gonna return that. And potentially, you know, something we could do is we can make the text sort of like come out one line at a time rather than all at once if we were to pass it in as a list instead of a string. We'll leave it this way though, for now. Otherwise, outcomes dot add, and in this case, other dot name took damage, and then we will do other dot traits dot get traits dot value minus equals damage. All right, so we'll be able to reduce it this way, and then there's sort of like some death, and then at the end here we return new attack result. All right, so we have this default attack built in. Just kind of cool. Why is this one? Oh, okay. It wants me to do the following. It wants me to put this in here. So you can initialize lists using an initializer like this. Okay, so we have the outcome, we do some rolls, we check whether or not we do it. So one thing that we might want to do is like also show what our rolls were. That could be nice. I'm not going to do that yet. I want to get this into my... I want to make the attack button do a thing. Okay, so we want to make the attack button do a thing. And so we need 2 combatants. And so what I'm going to do is we're not going to... I'm just going to... All right, and our enemy controller is not going to load from storage, but instead it's going to call our initialize. And we're going to have a second enemy here. So we're going to instantiate another character that will be something we can fight, and then we're going to go make like monsters, right? So we'll make some monsters after that we can interact with. So our enemy over here, we also sort of need to get the name and stuff connected a little bit. But let's add in a stamina bar up here. And this enemy info should have a manifest renderer. So it's a trait manifest renderer. And so we're going to register this one here. All right, so our enemy controller is registered on this one. So the one on the left is going to render our enemy controller, and the one on the right is going to render our player controller. And we have a little hack going on here, so I'm going to initialize. Let's make sure I haven't broken any of my tests. I don't know that I've actually changed much anywhere, but my tests still pass. Okay, my tests still pass. We're going to do a little hack here where when we do a reinitialize in our character controller, where we're going to set our character here. So we're going to do observable.observe equal to a new player character. I'll call this Bob. Abilities.roll. We're going to roll some new abilities. We're going to give them the default trait. And we'll give them the Night 1 portrait. And let's go ahead and import this here. And they'll have these things equipped. It's get rid of this repeating chunk here. We don't need that anymore. Instead, the one that gets can be simplified. What? I didn't know that. That's cool. I think I just learned something new. Oh man, that's cool. Can it really be simplified? Oh, I've always wanted to do this and I didn't. I thought you had to have. All right, let's see. Wow, cool. You can do this. So in C#6, rave, okay. In C#6, I was wondering how this worked. In C#6, you can specify fields that can be initialized only. So you can put them in this initialization block. I didn't realize you could do this with things that were publicly settable. And part of me, yeah, I didn't know you could do that because I tried to put init on things here before. And I knew it wouldn't let you do it. But apparently if it's publicly settable, I'm curious if it's privately settable, if it can work this way. I think it's only because it's publicly settable. So in C#6, in fact, in C#5, we're on C#4 in Unity, you can put an init here. So instead of private set, you'd say init, and that would allow you to set it. So I didn't know we could do this. So I learned this is new. This is a new thing for me with C#4. I knew this existed in later versions of C#. This is good to know. So if you have multiple, so this fixes a lot of, this makes my, so I don't think, all right, so let's go. All right, focused, stay focused. All right, we're not gonna go on a quest here. We're not gonna go on a quest here. Instead, I'm gonna do observable.observed. I was about to go on a, I wanted to set, oh, okay, so instead of giving the default traits, we're gonna do a new trait manifest. Bob's manifest. We're gonna go stuff here. So this will be Bob's manifest. We're gonna have Bob trait value. We're gonna give Bob 7 health. And we're gonna give Bob 3 stamina. Okay. And so my hope here is that we'll see that over on the left, we'll get Bob's information. Over the right, we get not so Bob's information. Gotta embrace the squirrel. Hey, all right, my observer's working. Nicely done. Done, me. This is exciting. I'm so excited here. So we're gonna create, we're gonna add a parent object here. And the parent object's gonna be the things inside of itself. All right. So this is a controller, and it's part of combat. Create folder combat, and create new C# script combat controller. Okay, so we sort of have like the player, like the two things that combat 1, combat 2. In this case, we're gonna have like player, character, and enemy. So we have a combat controller, namespace. Yeah. So you're gonna click attack, and it. Well, the combat controller is gonna like control who does what, and so you're gonna have one called player and one called enemy, and both of them are just gonna have to be like combatants. Or it's gonna have something called like I has combatant. All right, so namespace adventure quest.combat. Well, so actually in Immortal Kid, what it is, we need our scene, this is the like controller aspect. We need our scene to be able to talk to our model. So our iCombatant isn't a mono behavior. It doesn't exist here. It isn't a mono behavior. And so we can't like wire it up to our UI. Can't wire it up to our UI. So instead, the combat controller is like the thing that lets me say when I click this button, I need to call attack under the hood. I need to go and select the right thing and call attack under the hood. So when I click attack, the combat controller here, yeah, so you can only have mono behaviors attached to these things. So this is my way to get down inside to the actual combatant. And so our combat controller is like, we need two things here. So I need to have public, so it's private, probably private character controller. And I'm using character controllers right now. I need to have like something else. Character controller, player, get player, I mean private enemy. And so this will be like an enemy controller at the end of the day. But now I can wire these up inside. Or I'm gonna say, okay, well, oh, and I need to serialize them. I always forget that. Serialize fields. Serialize fields. Okay. So now I'm gonna say, oh, my player happens to be this one. My player happens to be this one. Oh, interesting. Take it easy, my friend. We'll catch you later. We'll catch you later. As always, you're welcome back anytime. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. It's been fun. Why can't I connect that? Let me try. That's so weird. Try opening another scene real quick and coming back. That feels like an odd behavior here that is just town. In there? That's weird. What the heck? I'm not understanding that. But make it public. Is character controller a mono behavior? Oh. Oh. This needs to be an adventure quest character controller. All right. Using adventure quest character. All right. Rave just ran into an execution order issue for the first time. Congratulations on running into your first execution order issue. You've been using Unity far longer than I have, and I ran into it like on day 2. I ran into it immediately. Congratulations on being able to write code that this should be character. Okay. This is me right now being so confused. I'm going like, it's letting me. Right. What is happening? There it goes. There it goes. All right. There we go. 8 months. 8 months. All right. Okay, so I've been using it longer than you. Technically, I haven't really seriously been using it. Wow, you've only been using it 8 months. Oh, were you using like Godot before that? I'm amazed, Rave. I'm amazed at how much stuff you have going on with your like trucker game. Space trucker game. Anyone who's new, just hanging out. That's amazing. Wow. That's amazing. Like my brain. All right, so we have our player character and enemy controller. And I'm gonna, just to test things out, I wanna do a public void player attack. All right, so public void player attack is gonna take our player and get the player character, and it's gonna attack our enemy.player character. And then the I, this should be an attack result, right? Okay, so this will be attack result. And let's import this. And we'll do result dot description, debug.log result dot description. Rave, that I'm I'm like absolutely amazed. That's crazy to me. That's awesome. Congratulations on that. You're incredibly fast. Whew, my mind is blown. My mind is blown. I'm speechless. I don't know if you can see, I'm essentially speechless here. Yeah, I'm speechless here. And so we want to go to our attack here. So the player info, the menu, this attack here, we're gonna say when we click that attack button. All right, obviously this isn't gonna be what we're gonna use anyway, but this is gonna call player attack like this. And then we should be able to see sort of the result of the player attacking. Attack. Chicken this Loric attacks Bob. Chicken this Loric attack connects. Well, we killed him. We killed Bob. I don't see the whole outcome. Bob took 15 damage. Okay, we have an or I just got lucky. That's funny. That's cracking me up. Ah. 13 damage. 15? Apparently I have a really strong attack. What weapon do I have? I want to inspect my character's weapon. Because wow, I'm doing a lot of damage. Player character. What is the default weapon we're giving our character? Character. We were equipping the character with our character controller. Do I even have anything equipped? Let's go look. Let's go look. All right. Let's say my town scene. I want to add into my town. Let's add in a button that will bring us to our combat scene. Look for trouble. I have a button here called look for trouble. Look for trouble. And we'll move this out into the middle of the screen here. All right, so we go look for trouble. Look for trouble is going to send us out to our hub controller. We need to look for trouble. Look for trouble. And combat. We just have to go to combat. All right, and that means in our location, we need to add in a combat. And in our scene, same thing. Got to add in combat here. Okay, so we got to add in combat here so we can transition to our combat scene with our character. I want to check out my status. I'm I don't know what weapon I have, but apparently it's overpowered. My player controllers in these spots are probably overriding stuff too. Let's go back to my status screen. Reinitialize not having there. What about my store or shop? Shop controller. Player controller here. Okay, so none of these are doing that, but let's come over here. See what we got. Show me what you got. Return to town. Well, my combat scene is not added, so I failed pretty fast. Not as fast as I might want to, but I failed pretty fast. Combat. I gotta add my combat scene in here. Can I remove this? Remove selection. All right, save. Go back to store town. All right, let's give it a shot. I want to check my status so I can see my equipment. That makes no sense. Combatant. Oh, I know it's in my roles. I'm doing 1d4. I must be doing plus my let's go look at my ability roll. My modifier. When I do my roll. Modifier dot with abilities. Yeah, so right here is the problem. I'm taking the raw. I do need a new test, Smab. I do need a new test. My roll modifier is adding in the full strength value, not the strength modifier. Yeah, so I just discovered a bug. And so it's part of my roll modifier. So we're gonna add in a roll modifier test here. This is great. This is a great find. We have a bug in our roll modifier. This is in dice. Add a new file. This is our roll modifier test. And we'll still a little bit of this here. Our roll modifier test. And so I'm pretty sure what's happening. We're going to expose this bug here. Description. Tests. Tests the tests roll modifier. So in this case, all right, so we need to construct a roll modifier here. So roll modifier, what namespace are we in? Close others. Roll modifier. Modifier and params, yeah. And then this has a thing that gets our actual modifier. This modifier is too big, so we have a bug. All right, so roll oh, it's not compiling. I need to get Unity to compile this real quick. So it should be doing like 1d4 damage, not 1d4 plus my whole simple roll modifier. So we're gonna create a new roll modifier. And we're gonna say 5. All right. So we should assert R equal 5 and similar roll test simple modifiers. All right, so I'm pretty sure this one's going to work out in the box. So simple 2, this will be 2 like that. And so the description here is tests simple additive modifiers. Okay, so we're going to test some simple additive modifiers. And then we're going to have another test below that tests, oops, didn't mean to click that. Tests ability modifiers. Tests ability additive modifiers. All right, so in this case, we want to do something like 2, comma, and then the ability dot, ability dot strength, and I'm going to have to import that. All right. So in this case, we can do simple fascinating modifier with. Okay. So modifier with. What is simple 2? What is modifier even? This returns just like the simple modifier. Okay. All right. So now that makes sense. We have to, let's do a setup. Setup. Public void. Setup, I suppose. We want to have a private abilities. This will be slightly confusing. I'll construct the abilities down here with it. All right, so in this case, set that the modifier is 5, and then we'll do abilities. Doesn't matter. Abilities equals cert dot r equal 5 with our simple ability, a modifier with abilities. Because we have no modifiers added in, this should just basically return. It's like just doing it with just the modifier. Okay. My hands are going crazy. That's an indicator to me that it's about time for me to stop. We're gonna wrap this up here. I'm going for almost 6.5 hours now, but we're gonna wrap up here in a minute. Now we're gonna construct some very specific ones and say abilities dot. What's my constructor look for this? Do I have a builder? I think I have a builder for my abilities. Constructor's private, but builder's public. So I got to do it through the builder. So we do new abilities.builder.build. Okay. And in this one, what we're going to care about is, do it this way. Builder strength set score ability.strength. And so the strength value is what determines how much we do. So this is plus 0 to strength rolls. All right, so really what we're gonna do, we're gonna say plus, and we're gonna do 14, and this will be plus 2 to strength rolls. And so we should be able to say assert, so assert R equal. So this should be 4. Simple dot modify with abilities. Like that. Okay, so this should be plus 2 to strength rolls. And if we really want to make this work in this way, we can actually say this should be ability.strength.modifier. That's really what we want it to do, is that it should be with the modifier here. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it, but I could have it. Because what if I change the way that my modifier works? I don't have to rewrite this test. So we're gonna say that's based off of that. So it should add in the modifier of strength when I. Oh, yeah. So you could do this. You could say int. So an immortal kid test, can you use a dynamic test to try all the ranges to ensure that the values from 0 to 20 get the modifier right? So we could have arguments here. It says we can do the following. Ability. This is a great idea. Ability dot to check. And we'd say well, all right, so we're gonna do test simple ability modifiers check. So we take an ability check, and then that what I'm gonna do this way is do abilities dot roll. This is gonna be a bunch of random abilities like this. And rather than doing the ability here, I'm gonna do to check. And this should be abilities. Let's do int modifier equals abilities dot score to check dot modifier, like this. So I could do it this way, and what I'll do is I'll loop this many times. So for int I equals 0, I less than 1,000. We'll do 1,000 trials, which is gonna be way too many anyway, and we're gonna fail anyway. The only problem I really have with this test case is, so what we could do here is we could do ability dot strength, and then we just pass in all the different abilities we want to test here. Ability dot strength, dexterity. The one of the things that I don't necessarily think I like about this test is that it intelligence, perception, BMRG14, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it very much. You are always welcome to lurk. You're always welcome to lurk, but if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Do not hesitate to ask. And then the range of values happens to be, all right, here we go, to 20. This is a much better way to do it. Score. All right. And instead of doing this, we'll do a builder here. So I do new abilities.builder dot set score to check to score. And in fact, ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. This can be abilities dot, well, I have some magic numbers right here. I think ability score dot min, there we go. Ability score dot max. And Immortal Kid, excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion here. I like this. I like this. All right, so compound. All right, so this 2 plus modifier, and then we're gonna do a call this check 1. Check plus 2. All right, so it's 2 plus the check, and we'll do this a couple times here. This modifier happens to be like this. This assumes that my modifier calculation is correct, which, if we look at it, is simple enough that I feel comfortable not writing this as writing a unit test to check this value. I feel comfortable not doing that because I'm happy with it here. And so we're gonna get the modifier amount, so plus 2. I'm gonna say int expected equals 2 plus modifier. All right, so this is sort of what we're expecting. And I'm gonna do a couple other ones as well. This will be plus 4. All right, I think I like this test. And so it's going to test with our ability modifiers against all of our different abilities. And so this actually generates, if we go and look in our test runner, we can see, okay, if we have one that doesn't work for any of them, we'll know which one it doesn't work for. So our test runner, this actually generated, if we click run all tests here, should discover it. Our dice test here fails, which is what we thought, and we can isolate this test now. And so it says expected 2 but was 5. All right, expected 2 but was 5. And if we debug this, let's go look at it. 2 but was 5. This is simple 2. There we go. My test simple ability modifiers works. Oh no. I thought I knew what my bug was. Wow. We didn't expose the bug. Interesting. Interesting here. In that case, it must... This is the bug, though, right here. This should be modified, not score. Not pass. All right, so we're gonna change this to test all ability modifiers. We're gonna write another one. Well, this should actually be. Oh, okay, it has several. It does. That is bothering me. We're gonna write a simple one. So an immortal kid. Here's the challenge with what I have here. It's hard to debug this one. It's hard for me to debug this one, I think. Oh, I know what's going on. Never mind. Not hard to debug. I just need to not be dumb. All right, here we go. Now it's gonna fail. It would have been easy to debug had I actually debugged it. I do have a test that's like complex enough that if there's a bug in my test is harder to debug. All right, cool. Expected -3 but was 3. All right. Yeah, so it's adding in the wrong amount to my score here. So now if I go to my roll modifier and I change this to modifier, I believe this is my bug. And this will give me modifier to it. All right. So now if I go look for trouble, I shouldn't kill my enemy in one hit. Unless I'm super strong. What's my status? I do get +4 to my, so I get +4 to my attack. Which is pretty beefy. So we probably will kill this character, and oh, my looking for trouble doesn't work. All right, let's make my looking for trouble button look for trouble. Fun fact, I just learned that if you double click on the title of one of these things, it maximizes. Not so pro tip. If you double click on a tab, it goes full screen. You learn something new. All right, so in our town hub control, when we click this, we're gonna go look for trouble. Let me go to my combat scene. I'm gonna make my, let's save. I'm gonna make my enemy a little bit beefier here. Character controller. I made them too weak. Let's give them 100 hit points instead. I just wanted it to be a different. Okay. Like this, and now if we go to our console, if I attack, boom, I can swing at it. The attack, you know, Chica the Zlork attacks, Zlork connects, Bob dodges, so with the armor defense. Yeah. All right, we got a thing. I'm pretty happy with that. Made a lot of progress today. Quite a bit. So I'm gonna do a commit here. Mab, thank you for making me write a test. I appreciate that. Let's do a commit, then we're gonna wrap up for the day. Do a high level. We'll do a sign off. So wrap it up here and do a sign off. But we have a very basic. We did it. Ship it. It works. The button clicks. The program doesn't crash, therefore it's perfect. All right, so in our dice, we're gonna start out, we added a dice tests. Add roll modifier tests. So as Smab pointed out here, a good tip is if you run into, there was a fault in your code and it actually wasn't simple enough that you didn't need a test. So that's always a good sign to write a test. And it makes it so you can't regress backwards from there if you write that test. All right. We implemented combatant. Added that there. So we're going to add combatant here. I'm sure there are no bugs left. So tests do not tell you that you have no bugs. Tests give you confidence. Good point, Smab. Tests give you confidence that things work in the way you expect them to work. It doesn't tell you that there's no bugs. It helps you manage complexity by giving you confidence that they work, and tests only prove that they work for that test. And if you write bad tests, that doesn't help at all. Implement, add combatant interface, implements, and then we also implement in iCombatant, we implement a default. Right, we'll add that in, and then we made player character fixed a bug. So this is a fix bug in roll modifier. Yeah, fix use correct field in roll modifier when calculating the modified. Okay, we added this to iCharacter, so player character beat player implement or add iCombatant to player character to iCharacter. Yeah, beat. And then finally, in our dice roller, work in progress, update combat scene to utilize combatant iCombatant. All right, I'm gonna sync those changes up. Let's do a sign off. All right, I don't always remember to do my sign off, but let's go ahead and do it. Here we go. We're on the Discord. If you're not already on the Discord, it would be a, if you're not on the Discord and you'd like to stay up to date with what I'm doing, the progress I'm making, and when I'm gonna be streaming, the Discord's a great place to do that. Got a nice little community building up here. All right, so let's implemented basic combat scene, which allows the player character to combat scene demonstrating a very simple combat system, very simple attack method. Added traits, HP, stamina to player character. What else did we do? Added renderer for trait manifests. All right. That's essentially what we did. So that's my sign off. We made a lot of progress today. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We're gonna raid someone. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. But we're gonna go check it out, see who we can raid here. But yeah, if anyone wants to suggest someone to raid, let me know. But I'm pretty happy with this. I think we're gonna go Code Red Games. We're gonna go raid Code Red Games. Anyone who's not familiar with Code Red Games, they are making a game called Rogue Blight. It's a roguelike game, Souls-like game, 2D, absolutely awesome game. So they do game dev, but check them out. I hope you enjoy them, but it's super good stuff. Thanks for hanging out. Super fun times. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep developing those skills. Have a beautiful day, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same bat place. And you're welcome back anytime. Take care.
And I was trying to figure out. Oh, Captain Coder! Thanks a lot for the raid. How was your stream as well? Oh yeah, let me shout out